Hey gang, welcome to the stream. So for today's stream, first of all, of course, this is the Adrel show. Um, we generally play World of Warcraft on the stream, and right now we're primarily focused on the Miss Pandaria remix time running rather event. And so for today's stream, what we're going to be doing is taking two level 10 characters through the entire event, as in through the entire leveling process for the event. So we're going to take them from 10 to 70 as quickly as possible, utilizing a level 20 twink. So this is my twink character that we have on screen. Um, I wanted to just show you guys how crazy the scaling can be for a level 20. So we have all blues at the highest eye level possible at level 20. And of course, we've unlocked all of the achievement related jewelry as well. Despite not having any gear with crit, as we can see over here, our crit chance is 104.58%, which basically means technically we should be critting more than we're attacking. Of course, that isn't possible, so it just means that every time we hit, we crit. Similarly, we have 93.18% haste, 120% mastery, which as a brewmaster, the increased dodge doesn't really make too much of a difference because we're practically unkillable, short of, ridiculously overtuned mechanics or things like that. But this also gives us 120% boost to our attack power, which is why we like having the mastery on there. The other thing to note is that we have 121% versatility, which is also just ridiculous, as well as another 47% speed. Um, One of the things to note, of course, is because our twink character is on a starter account, which is why we're capped at level 20, we aren't able to trade anything to this character. So all of the gems you see here, all of these legendary gems that we have, are completely farmed on this character itself. And of course, um, since we're gonna have so much bronze from leveling alt accounts anyway, we could even use some of the bronze to buy the little gem items that the vendor sells, if we're targeting a specific gem as well. That said, let's get going. So essentially the leveling method is going to be, we're going to start two characters off right from the start. I'm going to literally log into them for the first time. We may need a couple minutes just to set up their add-ons and get their weak auras in place. But then what we're going to be doing is queuing for dungeons, and the level 20 twink that we have open here is going to absolutely blast through those dungeons. I'm talking 2 to 3 minutes, 4 minutes at most for a dungeon run. And because of that, we're actually going to be able to get them to level 25 super quick. Once they're level 25, we're going to do a quick Mogu'shan Vaults run, and when we're in the raids, we're going to loot everything except for the actual bonus experience items. I should probably also start off by saying, during the dungeon runs, the characters that are getting boosted are just going to chill at the entrance, and what will happen is they will get all of their loot and all of the bonus experience items in their mailbox. Um, they will get less bronze because of that, but it just makes the runs a lot quicker to not have to run through and loot. If you are super keen on maximizing the amount of bronze you get, you can, once you've cleared through the entire dungeon, you could definitely swap over to those characters, quickly run through and loot all of the bosses. I would definitely recommend getting this add-on called No XP Loot. It's right here, this one, No Loot Experience, sorry. Which if you have auto loot switched off, will ensure that your characters loot everything except for anything that has experience in the title. The only thing that you would want to then manually loot is the experience threads, which for dungeons don't make a huge difference, but for raids we want to loot because each of the raid bosses drop a plus 7%, plus 12%, I believe it is, experience thread. And so we're going to want to collect those, and basically all we're going to do is start filling up our mailbox with experience tokens, both from the dungeon bosses as well as from the raid bosses. But then the overall path we're going to take is we're going to go 10 to 25 in heroic dungeons, after which we are going to do Mogu'shan Vaults, just a normal clear, and I'm actually going to do it on stream as well, so you guys can see how quick it is to fill up a group for it, and how little of a time investment that actually is. Again, we're not looting any experience items from the dungeons or from the raids. We're just relying on the actual experience that we get from being in the dungeons and from being in the raids to level. Once we're done with Mogu'shan Vaults, we're going to hop back in, do a couple more dungeons until we hit 35. That unlocks Heart of Fear, at which point we're going to do a quick Heart of Fear run. Then again, the same thing, we're letting all the loot go into our mailbox, and we're just looting the XP threads. After which we are then hopping back into dungeons for a couple more dungeons, which is going to get us to level 40, at which point we're going to run Terrace of Endless Springs, which should get us to about 41 or 42, at which point we can then open up everything in our mailbox, and that should be then enough to take us from 41 or 42 all the way to 70. I have done this once. I've done this once or twice with some other characters, but I haven't really timed myself or tried to keep the timing down. I've seen it done in under 2 hours, and that's what we're gonna try and achieve. But that said, I'm not too fussed. I am not I'm not the best speed leveler, just because I have a nasty tendency to walk away from my computer without remembering to log out on those characters to keep our /played down. But we'll try and see what we can do, and we'll try and keep that as quickly as possible. Another disclaimer I want to give is also that I am going to be multi-boxing, but in a way that is completely compliant with the Blizzard terms of service. By which I mean, of course, we're not using any sort of broadcasting software or anything that sort of automates, or even I'll go as far as saying that I'm not even using stuff that optimizes how we're multi-boxing, in that I'm doing it in the most manual way possible, just to be completely compliant with the terms of service. So every time you see me swap windows like this, that's me manually alt-tabbing, and you'll see me manually clicking and individually casting things on each of these characters, manually accepting queues, all of that, right? Just so that we're completely within the terms of service. There is, if you are interested in multi-boxing, there is a setting you can change in Windows in which it will automatically set the active window to whichever window you have the mouse over. So what I mean by that is, if I have my mouse over this window, and I hit W to go forward, it would cast to this one, and then I could just mouse over to this window and hit W, and it would make this the active window, and so then this character would move forward if I hit W. I have tried that out in the past, but since we are streaming, and just so that we're completely within the terms of service, and that there's no doubt that we're completely within the terms, I have disabled that, and I tend to just not use it anymore anyway, because I found it a bit annoying for when I was not playing WoW. But yeah, so if anyone has any doubts about this, feel free to drop a comment or message in chat, and I'm happy to clear everything up. But everything we're doing is completely within the terms of service, and also, just so that we don't have any further issues, let me talk quickly about the level 20 twink as well. A lot of players are using priests to boost. I think there's a synergy that happens with one of the tinkers. I want to say Searing Light, I think, where there's a priest spell that you can just sort of run through dungeons blasting, and with Searing Light you're not only healing the entire party, but you're also doing ridiculous amounts of damage. That's a lot of people swear by that. For me, I main a monk. I genuinely love playing a monk, and I love tanking as a monk. I also love DPSing as a monk. Um, and so that's actually why I chose to run as a monk, or why I chose to create a level 20 twink monk. But it turns out monks are a great class for twinks, both because of the inherent speed bonuses you get. But I also think it's just a bit more natural to have a. Uh, I think it just makes a bit more sense to have a tank that's doing the boosting as opposed to a healer. A tank sort of the it's very much within the definition of the role to run forward, pull everything, and to gather all of the threat. Whereas if you're doing it as a healer, I feel like that's kind of janky because whoever queued as a tank probably wants to play as a tank. And so now if you're running ahead and pulling everything as a healer, that seems a bit funky to me, and I feel like that does kind of take away from what you're sort of the class role, and could lead to a worse player experience. Whereas a tank who's running through, aggroing everyone and then damaging them down sort of is less detrimental to the overall game experience. And so hopefully shouldn't take away from characters who aren't fans of multi-boxing or of having characters getting boosted and so forth as well. Um, and similarly for a DPS class as well, if I was queued as a tank, I mean, personally, if someone wants to run through an entire dungeon for me, I'm not going to complain. But even so, if I was in the mood to actually run a dungeon, if I was queued as a tank and I had a DPS who was running forward and aggroing everything, that may annoy me a little bit more. Whereas if a tank was to do it as a DPS character or as a healer, um, I would be less annoyed by that. One other thing to note, so while the the characters we're boosting are going to get all their loot in their mailbox, of course the level 20 twink, being a starter account, isn't going to be able to access the mailbox. So this character has a ridiculous amount of stuff in their mailbox, but of course we can't access it because we're on a starter account, so the mailbox will just show empty for us. So it is super super important on this character to loot everything. You can't rely on the mailbox to have everything sent to you. um, which also brings me to another point, or another thing that I'm realizing real quick, is that I should probably scrap all the gear that we have on this character, just so that we don't end up having to scrap things in the middle of an instance run or in the middle of our power leveling run. So I'm just going to quickly scrap everything here. Greens and blues, everything. I know we have basically best in slot that we can get for this character. The only exceptions would be if we get any more epics. And I was lucky enough to already get one epic on this character, and that too with a good stat. Unfortunately, a lot of characters, a lot of the epics that I've gotten on different characters have been, with avoidance or with speed, or one of these stats that we really, really don't care about or want. Um, Another thing that I would say, if you're a if you're a player like me who doesn't generally rely too much on consumables, in Remix you want to be blasting through your consumables. You're gonna get so many of them that there's no chance that you're gonna be able to exhaust them before the event ends, and so it just sort of makes sense to do that. I'm not sure why these items aren't showing up in our Easy Scrap add-on, and in case you're curious, that's this add-on here. Easy Scrap allows you to easily queue up things for scrapping, but let's just manually scrap those. The other thing we may want to do is actually dump all of our tinkers and cogwheels into our bank, just so that we have a little bit more inventory space, and we may actually just do that real quick on this character. We can pretty safely delete our Hearthstone as well. And this isn't super relevant to boosting, but I have my Hearthstone for all of my remix characters set to this inn right here. You could actually probably just do it in Shrine of Two Moons, and that would probably be a safe enough bet. But if you want to do it in the Jade Forest, I generally bind it to this guy here, Bolo the Elder, which is in Poor's Pub, which is right next to the first Infinite Bazaar that you have. Just the personal preference, not a huge deal. For the boost character, I would say to get started with doing this, and we're actually one of the streams that I want to do is also setting up a boost character for Alliance, because I do also want to level some Alliance characters. I more or less exclusively play Horde, Classic or Classic, and that's Classic as in Season of Discovery and um, what do you call it? Wrath, or I guess now Cataclassic is the only time that I've played Alliance in a long while. But generally on retail, I've always played Horde. That said, with the way professions worked in Dragonflight and the way that professions are going to work in the War Within, I've been tinkering around a lot on the beta, and I will have some more beta content coming for you guys soon once I figure out how best to present things. Um, it the racial bonuses to professions that you get can be a huge game changer. In Dragonflight, um, you had a huge advantage as a jewel crafter if you had a Draenei on which you were jewel crafting, to the point that certain items you literally could only turn a profit on, or it made it a lot easier unless you were getting super cheap mats, to turn a profit on certain items if you had jewel crafting on a Draenei. So much so that I do recall multiple content creators who actually who actually race changed their jewel crafters into Draenei's just to have that competitive advantage. I don't want to have to do that, so I'm going to use the same leveling method to level some Alliance characters as well. And in order to do that, since they disabled cross faction looking for dungeon, um, like they disabled that being possible, and so as a result, what we're going to do is we're actually going to set up a brand new level 20 twink and get them through that. But to get started, the first thing you want to do is take a character through the regular remix experience, get them to level 70, and unlock the most important achievement for any character in remix, which is having where is it, infinite power XII, this one that gives all of your new characters the highest level possible cloak that you can start with. That just makes everything a lot easier, both for your alts that you want to run both for the alts that you want to level as well as for the booster, so for the level 20 twink. The reason being is because you get a 100% base experience. Ooh, rare. Let's pick up a rare real quick on this character. And so one of the things you will also note is that it is at level 20. You're limited by how many different things you can do to get threads and to get primarily to get threads. That's the main struggle you're going to have. So it becomes super important to do your daily quests on this character, because after a while that represents a huge amount of threads. The way that scaling works, for a level 20, for a level 70, 20 threads doesn't make much of a difference. But on a level 20, 20 extra agility or 20 extra crit is a huge amount, right? And especially since that's the only way that's the largest group of threads you can really get. Short of, if you get lucky with some of the world bosses, you can sometimes get 100 bonus stat or whatever. I'm not a huge fan of running the world bosses, especially right now when a lot of times you're camping it and people are so powerful that they can literally solo the world bosses. So a lot of times, unless you are actively at your computer and just waiting for like 10 or 15 minutes in front of a world boss, it's unlikely that you're going to be able to get the world boss tags done. So as a result, the best way to grab threads is going to be definitely flying around like this if you're if you're not doing anything else, because you get bronze and you get threads from doing so. It does feel like they've nerfed the amount of bronze that you get from flying through these orbs, because I seem to remember that we were getting slightly more bronze when we would fly through these. I thought we were getting about 20 bronze 10 or 20 bronze from each of these, and most of the ones that I've just hit up right now are a lot less. Um, in any case, I would say, yeah, so the most important thing is unlocking that achievement, and then gradually you do also want to unlock the other jewelry items, and you'll get these jewelry items. One of them you'll practically get on accident because I think it requires running something like 3 scenarios. Um, the others you will get for completing every single heroic dungeon on your level 70. That doesn't take too much time. You can actually do it within one lockout. Another one, I think the toughest one is probably completing all of the raids on normal. That said, I say toughest one, but it's just tough relative to the others. It's not actually that difficult at all. You can do that on a fresh level 70. Heck, you could even do it while you're leveling up, really. And it's not a terrible way to level up either, is just running all of the raids once on your first character at normal mode. You'll get the achievement and you'll unlock the jewelry along the way as well. And then those jewelry, each of the jewelry pieces give you 3 additional gem sockets, which is huge for a level 20 because the way stat scaling works, it's a huge amount. Um, yep. And thank you to everyone who's watching live. I see we have some people watching on Twitch and on YouTube. So thank you for joining the stream. Welcome to the stream. As I mentioned earlier, basically today we're finally going to try doing a speed run and level 2 characters using our level 20 twink. If you have any questions, please let me know in chat. I'm more than happy to address any and all questions. If you're watching the video on demand later, feel free to drop a comment and I will reply either to your comment or on the next stream that I do. Or if it's a question that does that makes sense to do a video for, I think I may start doing a little bit more structured videos as well, as opposed to just these live streams where I'm sort of just commenting as I go. And if you enjoy the content, please do drop a like. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to subscribe if you're enjoying the content. It really makes a big difference to me, and really gives me a sense that I'm, doing the right thing, or putting together content that is exciting for you guys. And if you are watching live and you're playing on North American realms and you wanna come go through this with me and level a character as well, feel free to let me know in chat, and I'm happy to invite you guys and take you through and boost you guys through as well while I've got the twin character going. All right, that said, so these are the 2 characters we created. So on yesterday's stream and the stream the day before, we unlocked all of the Horde allied races, and so I thought it would be fun to, for leveling characters anyway, why not do a Zandalari rather troll, and we went for a Warlock here. And on my, so this is my secondary account on which I have most of my banker characters, but figured we might as well level some level 70s on this account as well. And I don't really have a max level Warlock. I think a Warlock could be handy for summoning characters here and there, so that's why we're doing that on this account. I already have a level 70 leveled the good old-fashioned way on my main account, so I thought let's throw a Warlock on here as well. And unusual for me, but I am actually also leveling a Priest on my main account. I do have like a level 38 priest. I've never actually played a priest. There's only about 3 or 4, well, I think there's about 4 classes, not including Evoker, that I haven't seriously played on any version of the game, which is kind of crazy considering I've been playing since Encourage, so around 18 or 19 years at this point. But a priest is definitely one of those. And the other reason that I wanted to do a priest is because the Warlock is purely a DPS class, so we can't queue as anything else. On the twin character, of course, we're going to queue as a tank, and so I wanted a healer just so that we get those instant queues, or at least as close to instant as possible. And that said, let's go ahead and get started. So we're logged in on the twin character, of course. What we're going to do is just log into these characters real quick and try and get our add-ons and our weak auras sorted as quickly as possible. I want to minimize how much time I'm spending doing all that so that we can have the lowest slash played possible. So let's go ahead and load these characters up. I assume that because it's the first time that I'm loading into these characters, well, A, we're gonna have to skip the cutscenes. I haven't ever leveled either of these allied races before, so I haven't seen the cutscenes, but I'll probably just watch them on YouTube later just to save a little bit more /played time. The other thing I'm gonna need to do is probably fix the add-ons, because I'm assuming everything's going to be enabled. I really need to do a clear out of my add-on folder as well, because I have a bunch of add-ons in there that are either super out of date. I'm talking, I haven't used them in like multiple expansions, but I just have them loaded by default. Okay, it looks like it skipped the cutscene. Maybe they don't show the cutscenes for Timerunning. I guess that sort of makes sense. We don't want to switch on auto loot because we have the no experience loot add-on loaded, which will ensure that we have everything going on with that. And another great add-on for all of this, by the way, is add-on control panel. And I'm just going to make sure that we have the right add-ons loaded here. It appears that we do have the right add-ons, but I just want to make doubly sure, so I'm just going to do a quick reload add-on. Yeah, on this account we definitely have a lot more add-ons loaded than we want. Console port is a great add-on if you want to play with a controller, which for World of Warcraft seems like it may be a bit janky, but is actually also a lot of fun. And if you guys are interested, let me know in the comments, let me know in chat, and I would love to do an add-on, a stream where I play completely with controller. It's very much doable and definitely a lot of fun. Okay, ironically enough, it seems like loading up through that actually caused console port to load for some reason. We also don't want outfitter on. Yeah, it definitely seems like we enabled some add-ons that we didn't want on, and I probably need to fix my loadout for this, to be honest. All right, let's just quickly go through and enable and disable the add-ons that we want and don't want. Annoyingly, it seems that I didn't have it set up correctly. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's just something going on with add-on control panel not loading the correct things. So not to worry, we'll just quickly do these at the same time. I think it's because we have console port support enabled that it automatically enables console port as well. Can switch off archaeology. Yeah, see what I was saying earlier about me not being great at speed leveling. This is partially why, because I'm not great at figuring out what things we need to have enabled and what we don't. We want bestride. Let's keep better wardrobe on, at least on, well, let's do it on both accounts. We don't need bigwigs. Do we need bad boy? We can throw it on. It's not gonna make a huge difference either way. Bartender we don't need. Bigwigs we don't need. Blizz move we want. Block Chinese is always a good idea when we're playing on Illidan. Can I mog it? Well, we want buy them all. We may need that later on. We don't need capping. We don't need Cecil. Recipe tool tip. We don't need console port. Data store we want just so we can see it on other characters. Deja character stats we want just so we have a little bit more details. Demodal is amazing. Details we want on. DMF quest, we're not going to the Dark Moon Fair anytime soon. Easy loot, easy scrap, yep. Instance time, sure, why not. Handy notes, we definitely want those. The achievements, map notes, Pandaria for sure. Valdraken we can probably switch off. Yeah, we have all of these as well. All right, Hikili we want for the rotation, just because, like I said, I've never played a priest before, so I'm not entirely certain what we need there. Instance achievement tracker we can leave on, not the end of the world. Kib's item level is amazing. If you guys haven't used it before, I would strongly recommend. Little Wigs we're honestly not too concerned about. Dungeon mechanics are twink. A, because these characters are just going to be camped out at the start of the dungeon in any case, but then also because mechanics don't matter when you're going to destroy a mob in no time in any case. Mob info 2 we can disable. It's not really adding anything. It's probably just going to slow down our interface. Narcissus, we definitely want. I've talked about it a bunch on stream, but if you guys have any questions, let me know in chat. I'm more than happy to sing its praises. Paste, pawn, all good. Pet tracker, probably don't need. I don't think we're going to be doing any pet battles while trying to speed level. We've already wasted 4 minutes. Oh well, it is what it is. Paste, pawn. Yep, we want pawn just for gear recommendations. Quartz, we want on. Pre-made group filter shouldn't make a huge difference either way. Pratt is just a chat management add-on. We'll keep that on just to keep our chat nice and clean. Rarity we can disable. We don't need that. Remix gem helper is a godsend for sure. Saved instances I like to have just to, it helps a lot with managing alts and figuring out who's locked out on what, etc. Tidy plates is also a gorgeous add-on. I think that definitely, I don't know if we need to enable all the other themes, but threat plates we definitely want on. It's definitely one of my can't live without add-ons. Titan panel, we're just going to disable. Tell me when, we don't want on. Silver Dragon, we'll leave it on just in case we see anything along the way. And part of the problem with add-on control panel is that it's going to, if we have one of these add-ons enabled, it's going to enable the dependencies for it as well. So it does make sense to uncheck those. Speedy auto loot just speeds up how quickly you loot things. We're not going to be doing a lot of looting on these characters, but probably still worth having just to speed things up that little bit further. Weak auras, of course, we want on. World boss timers was an add-on I was testing. It wasn't great, but it is what it is. Z-Pearl we don't need on. Zygor we can enable after we've already leveled. X to level is just kind of nice to have. And that's more or less it. I think that should be good. Let's save this list as that. And let's reload UI real quick. And let's do the same thing here. Was this the most efficient way we could have spent the first 6 minutes of our speed run? No, not at all. Let's start sending out invites to the group. I think it was Banfa was one of the, I know that was the warlock. I don't remember the name we gave to the other character. And what I should probably also do is set up Thanel /inv Thanel. Alright, so let's join the groups here on both of these. And let's move our damage meters down here, just so that they're out of the way. And we'll move our little remix time reminders up here. Alright, so all we have to do real quick on these characters right now is pick up this quest. And I also just created these characters right before the stream. Usually what I would recommend is the second you know you want to level a character, go ahead and create that character as soon as possible and just log in once, even if you don't do any quests, even if you're not doing anything else, just so that you start gathering rest experience, because that will make things just a little bit quicker as well. And so just to give you guys a bit of a heads up on what other inventory or what other interface pieces we have, here on the left you'll be able to see the cloaks that we have, and so this is the starter cloak that you get with the achievement. So the 100% bonus experience is the main thing we care about for both of these characters. I don't know if we even need to do this quest, but I don't think it hurts. Well, it'll probably give us our first little... It does annoy me that we go through the map thing. I think you could most likely skip this. Again, I'm not the greatest speed leveler that we've ever seen. Let me know in chat if you guys have any other hacks to get through things a bit quicker, though. I'm just going to skip that, and we'll skip the quest here as well. Or skip the cutscene, rather. Let's just put this character on follow. And let's turn these quests in. Yep, okay, we do it. Never mind. We do need to do those quests to unlock the group finder. And with that, let's queue up for our first. We'll do a regular first, just to get the first daily bonus. Or you know what? Actually, no. Let's keep the first daily bonus for when we turn level 70, because the the bonus will be a little bit better. And so we're going to queue up here as tank on the main character, and why not do it as this as well. And the first queue will take a little bit longer. We'll queue up as DPS there, and we'll queue up as either healer or DPS here. We don't really care which one we get. And that's how quick the queues are. Let's enter the dungeon here, and let's enter on here as well. And so we got our role as a tank. And while we're waiting for the queue to be accepted, we're just gonna buff up our twink here. And it actually just occurred to me that it would have probably been a better idea to do that inside the dungeon so that our party members got those buffs as well, but hey, it is what it is. And so the other add-on we're using here, I believe this is instance time. This is the only annoying thing, is that if you're not running a full group, very often DPSs will either miss the queue or time out because of that. So hopefully we don't have too many of those instances, because those are the only things that can slow us down, other than, like I said, the way I tend to slow things down in general. Alright, let's pick up these quests as well. We could have actually disabled instance achievement tracker, it seems like. And ideally we could have also picked up, we could have visited an Infinite Bazaar and picked up the different daily quests, but I think we can do those in between queues while we're leveling, because we're not going to need them to hit level 70, and as I mentioned, the rewards for them are better at level 70, so the bronze rewards, at least the bronze and the thread rewards. And so this boss, usually I have more health than, and I'm able to just Touch of Death, but it looks like they have, I think they have actually buffed the health on that boss, so we just, doesn't really make too much of a difference, but we can damage the boss a little bit through this shield as well, and then still use Touch of Death. At least that's what I was able to do yesterday. Once we, yep, we're in Touch of Death range, so Touch of Death, and that boss is down. And we're 1 minute in, and we've already got the first boss down. And heck, we even got an achievement for our characters. All right, let's loot real quick on this character, since. And you know what? I'm trying to get a hang of using Touch of Chi-Ji. Supposedly, it does help with speed. I'm not the biggest fan of damage, but for a pull like this, where we have a bunch of mobs that we want to pull and damage pretty quickly, it's probably not the worst choice we can make. In either case, we're gonna get these mobs down so fast that it doesn't really matter too much. And it really is just this quick and easy to blast through these dungeons, since we are doing these for XP. We are going to do the final boss as well. If you're just doing these for your dailies, you probably don't need to bother, but since we are trying to maximize the number of XP tokens we get, the more bosses we get down, the more XP tokens we'll have in our mailbox, so it is a little bit quicker to it is pretty quick to finish off that last boss as well, since we're already in the instance. And for this dungeon specifically, actually, I think it is actually worth it to just run through. In my mind, at least, it is worth it to run through and grab loot for these two bosses, since they're so close to each other. Okay, we've used up all of our speed buffs, so we can't go much faster than we are already. That is one thing that is a little bit annoying about being level 20, is that you don't have multiple charges on roll. Maining a monk, I'm spoiled by the amount of movement speed buffs we have. But so we're just going to quickly finish off this boss as well. And I think we need it for the quest in any case. I think we already got our bonus for completing this dungeon, but... And if you are running as a DPS, what you can do is probably hit the mailbox. If you are facing longer queue times, you can hit the mailbox and pick up the individual threads that your boost characters will get. Because sometimes the bosses will drop threads that give you plus 1% XP to your cloak, which you can loot. I mean, it will make the tiniest bit of difference, although honestly, even saying that, it's not really enough of a difference to make much of it. It's not enough of an increase to make much of a difference. You know what? Let's go ahead and turn these quests in. If anything, it just gets us to our goals a little bit quicker. All right, and we can. Should we loot? Yeah, let's just loot really quick. Also, because I want to show you guys how the no loot experience add-on works. So you can see when I mouse over this, we don't have auto loot enabled. But the game should still, the add-on should still loot everything except for the experience token. Yep. So there we go. As you can see, it's looting everything except for anything that is experienced in the title. We'll loot these 2 experience threads. Unfortunately, we only got them on 1 character and not both. But we also looted this item, which we can turn in for a bit of bronze as well. And we don't have any movement speed buffs yet on these characters. I'm doing this just for a little bit more bronze. We're already level 11 on these characters, and I think it should take us around 8 dungeons, heroic dungeons, to get to level 25. All right, let's leave the instance groups on each of these. We actually, I think we can just directly queue up for the next dungeon while we're still inside to make things a little bit quicker. I don't think we need to actually leave instance group each time. I'm trying to think if there is any actual benefit to us doing these quests. Oh, looks like are we queued up? Seems like we aren't. I guess we gotta do the roll check real quick on both of these guys. And the queues should be pretty quick. All right, let's quickly scrap these. The tunic for the quest. And this is sort of what we're going to do in the downtime between dungeons, is just quickly open up all of these bronze items in our little chests, if in case we get any bonus experience to our cloak. So 50 haste, again, at a level 11, 50 haste is going to make a huge difference. We're not doing any combat on these characters, so it won't make a world of difference. I do find it frustrating when it queues us up as a triple DPS, because we are queued as healer and DPS, as things should go quicker if we're in one of the other roles. Can we pick up the quest? Not yet. I think we have to be a little bit higher level on these characters to do it. Okay, I need to disable that. And I have put together just a little message for on the tank character, to let players know to not do what they just did, which is start fighting mobs before bosses, because it makes it a real pain in the butt to loot. So whatever they want to, if they don't want to follow instructions, we can still do things our way and get this boss down. Because trust me, the quickest way to go through all of this is to only fight on bosses. The individual mobs, we want to kill as much of them as we can, but at the same time, the thing that's going to make us go fastest is getting through these dungeons as quickly as possible. And so wasting a bunch of time doing traditional like individual pulls when I can literally solo the entire dungeon is if I could, I would literally pull the entire dungeon and all included bosses in one pull. Because that's literally how powerful this monk is. That it's completely feasible to do something crazy like that. One minute and 39 seconds, and we're already on the last boss. And again, I'm being a little bit more generous in these pulls because of the fact that we're leveling. We want to maximize the experience we're getting per dungeon. Though honestly, with how quick these are, it really does not make too much of a difference. So we're on our second heroic. 2 minutes and 3 seconds in, and you can see even on this character we're getting a decent bit of bronze. Boom, dungeon done. And I'm actually going to queue up for the next one. While we're doing this, let's quickly do the roll check. Oh, hopefully these characters don't die. All right, let's... Turns out I was wrong and we are going to... Let's loot here. Let's loot real quick and enter the next dungeon. Can we pick up the quest? Doesn't look like it. So this is our third dungeon. Now I've heard for this dungeon that supposedly if your characters are just parked at the start, there's a chance they're out of range to get adequate amounts of experience from the later bosses. I have tried moving characters forward. In my experience, I don't think it made a substantial difference in terms of the experience that they got, and more than anything else, it was just more of a pain in the butt to do. So I'm not going to bother doing so. There's actually an achievement for not damaging any of the fake bosses that spawn, and it's honestly not worth your time to bother DPSing them all down. Just kill the boss, wait a couple seconds, clear trash while you're waiting. And the trick for this room is that you wanna aggro all of them and then line of sight them out the door, which is the quickest way to take them out. So you just want to come around here. Is there any loot left on any of these guys? Yeah, so they'll nicely come to you. In the meantime, the Talking Skull is going to go into that room and start the RP for the boss. And we can use this time to just open up these things here if in case it gives us any more stats. And to combine gems a bit, I guess. Oh, we are missing a buff as well, so let's throw that buff back up. And we gotta take down Rattlegore. Boom, boss done. Let's rock and roll. Ooh, for this room, I do like using this toy, and if you don't have it from MoP, you can just pick it up from the toy vendor in Remix as well. I think it's a couple thousand bronze. You could literally do that from this twink character itself. So the other reason that the leveling alts is a great bronze farm is because you will get around between 50 to 80,000 bronze per alt that you level. If you weren't doing the boost thing and you actually manually loot each boss, I think you'd get a little bit more bronze out of it. So you'd be probably closer to that 80k 4K mark, which is enough for 2 of the expensive mounts or a whole bunch of the cheaper mounts, or a whole bunch of transmog as well. But the quests themselves give you around 40k. The quests that they added in once they pretended to penalize frog farmers. So each level 70 each character that you get to level 70 during Remix is going to get an extra 40,000 bronze, I want to say. It's broken up. I think you get something like 3,000 at level 50, and then you get another 17,000 or something like that at level 60, and then you get like 20,000 at level 70 itself. So if you just wait till the end, you get about 40,000 per character that you level to 70. That's the other reason that we want to level a bunch of alts. Or that's the reason to level a bunch of alts, even if you don't care about having a bunch of additional characters. All right, let's queue up again. Accept. And at some point, I do want to also switch off Little Wigs. And so these characters are already at level 16. I should also probably be keeping an eye on what level the characters are. And let's while we're waiting for the queue to pop. Are we queued up? Oh, did someone reject? I think someone didn't accept a roll check. Let's just quickly open these threads and these chests as well. And it's up to you while you're going if you want to equip gear on those characters or not. It may just be a waste of time because you're going to level so fast that the gear is going to be practically worthless. Alright, we don't have Little Wigs popping up, which is good. And again, for this boss, we're just going to DP. Although their water shield is up, we're just going to damage them as quickly as we can to try and get them below our health, which is sitting at 38k. Yeah, until yesterday, this boss I could literally just run up to and bonk with Touch of Death and complete a lot quicker, but now it just takes a couple more seconds. And we still have to wait for the RP to finish so that we can loot. And that's where the speedy loot add-on that I was talking about earlier comes in handy. Because you're going so fast that you really want to just quicken anything you can. I gotta be honest, I'm not loving the Chiji meta gem. Admittedly, it's the only one that gives you speed. I don't know how good it is for damaging a bunch of mobs quicker. I think this pull was quicker when I'm actually using my monk abilities as opposed to the Chiji abilities. That may be because the Chiji abilities have like set damage amounts or whatever, and so they don't scale with all the crazy stats we have. I think Chiji is probably most useful just as a movement speed buff. So for instance, after we do this pull and we have to run into that other room is probably when Chiji will make the most sense, and probably we can switch it off the second we get to the actual boss. And I think that should be quicker for damage. Shoved out, almost out. And again, if you guys are enjoying the stream, let me know in chat. If you're watching the video on demand, let me know in the comments. Are you fascinated by how quick a level 20 twink is? Is this making you want to get a level 20 twink of your own? Honestly, I feel like if you want to get to feel the OP-ness of Miss Pandaria Remix, if you want to be able to feel how OP your character can actually get without investing the boatloads of time that it's going to take to get a fully tricked out level 70. And even at level 70, you're probably going to be less OP than this, right? I think a level 20 twink is something everyone should do. Because it really is just so much fun blasting through content like this. In all honesty, even if I wasn't doing this to to level alts. And in the time in between when I'm leveling alts, I am honestly tempted to just run dungeons and boost other characters because of how much fun it is just blasting through a dungeon and seeing how quick you can get through it. Is this an RP thing, or do I need to do something here? I feel like these become targetable at some point. Yeah, okay, there we go. It was just an RP thing. Come on now. Boom. And next queue. Now I know there is an add-on that can show me on my twin character itself what level my alts have reached, but we are 30 minutes in and we're already level 19, so I think we should be hitting level 25 in another couple dungeons. Let's just see if we've unlocked the quests here. Nope, not yet, it looks like. Alright, let's keep this guy nice and safe. And it is less time efficient to loot those characters along the way, by the way. So if you can avoid it, definitely do that. And here, if you're focused on speed of just getting through the dungeons as quickly as possible, you can actually skip one of the bosses. But I tend to think that the bonus experience from an additional boss is worth it. And FYI, one thing I have tried doing is trying to kill these obedient hounds before the boss, or while I'm DPSing the boss, to see if it allows you to skip the RP at the end of this boss. But it does not, because they don't die, they just get stuck at 1 health. Alright. And so here as well, you could actually use Chi-Ji. I tend to prefer to use Chi-Ji for the last pull. And this boss also just melts, but it's an extra bonus XP token that we're going to have in our mailbox, so it's worth the like 10-second diversion. So let's pop Chi-Ji here and use Chi-Ji to sprint to the end and also pull all of these mobs along the way. We can touch a death this boss, or not, I guess. Boom, boss down, dungeon technically done. Let's already line up our next queue. Although, killing all this trash. Are they giving XP here? Yeah, so these characters aren't getting any XP, I don't think, from... Okay, and the characters we're leveling are at 22. Boom, we have the queue pop up. This trash is just because I'm not active on this account, because I didn't have this as the active window. If I was... Did we get experience on these characters from those? Okay, let's just enter the next dungeon and get moving. It's a negligible amount of experience anyways. Yeah, so I think people are probably right that the characters parked at the entrance aren't getting XP from those in any case, from those mobs in any case. Let's pick up these 2 quests. I don't think we're gonna bother doing the book quest because it's just not a significant amount of experience. It's not any amount of experience that's going to matter. And here you got to be careful, because if you attack those buckets, you will get stunned, which will slow you down for a second. All right, we got to kill 40 of these monkey dudes before the first boss spawns. Boom. Already hit the 40, although some of them will remain. Ook ook. And it really, after a certain point, it does become kind of fun to just see how quickly you can get the dungeons down. I want to say this is the instance time add-on that I've got open up, that's giving me this interface here, which is showing me what my personal best is, like what my PR is for each of these dungeons, and how quickly I've gone through them in the past. And you can see my personal best for each of them is below 2 minutes, except for Sholomance, which I guess only has a personal best of almost 4 minutes. But that is one of the longer dungeons, and you do get more XP because there is a lot more trash and one more boss. Well, it's a 4 boss instance, so I think that's a little bit higher than some of the other ones. Whereas, yeah, like this dungeon just has 3 bosses, right? Yeah. So ideally, you want Sholomance, and you want to get 4 bosses as many times as possible, because that's just that many more experience tokens you're getting. The other thing to note is that this isn't I only got this add-on, like, I want to say 2 days ago. Let's see what level our... Okay, so Thanel and Bamf are at level 20, is that correct? While we're waiting for the RP on the final boss here, we can just quickly alt-tab over and see. Although, I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be correct. It's literally the in-game interface. I don't think it's anything messing with me. I should probably, next time around, I should definitely find an add-on or a weak aura that shows me what level everyone else in my party is at. And we may just do that while we're doing something else. All right. And so here you want to run into that tile as soon as possible to get the RP started. Get these mobs to start spawning as quickly as possible. And I think one of the quests is actually just for killing all the bosses, so we can quickly complete that as well. I'm not going to bother running through and grabbing all the books. We can just do those at max level if we feel the need for a bonus chest and some more bronze. Okay, so this pull, you can actually go around the corner and they will line of sight to you, but honestly right now my damage from spinning crane kick is enough that it doesn't take too long, so it's not worth running behind the corner. Although your mileage may vary, it may be worth it for you. And the main reason I'm opening these is just to see if we get any bonus experience threads rather. I set one of them as focus, just so I can constantly see what... Okay, yeah. That does us well enough, I guess. I can see what level one of them is, and they both should be around the same level. So this at least gets the job done for now. Yanzu! Time to take you out. Oh, we gotta hop into a bubble shield and damage him that way, I guess. Boom. Let's queue for the next one. And we hit level 21 on both of these. So we're level 22. I think that should mean that it takes about 2 more dungeons to until we can start running Mogu'shan Vaults, and we're 38 minutes in. And keep in mind, if you don't spend as much time on add-ons and weak auras at the start as I did, you can probably do this even quicker. Like we would be at around the 30-minute mark. And Mogu'shan Vaults as well, if you have a well-equipped group, shouldn't take more than a couple minutes. I think what I've seen some of the speedrunners like Harlden and some of the other streamers who have done, you know, the sub 2-hour runs, what they did was they had either raid groups that they had set up in through their stream itself, or they just had like a friend who wasn't part of this group who quickly got them into who set up the raid offline, so that the second their characters ding 25, they were able to just join the group and get some into the raid. I think that's a little bit less realistic for the average player, so I'm just gonna try and do it through the dungeon finder, just because that's something that everyone watching this video can do. That said, if you are watching live on either of the streams and do want to join a quick normal Mogu'shan Vaults run, let me know in chat, or whisper any of my characters. All of these characters are on Illidan US, and you can just whisper me in game and I'll be more than happy to invite you to it. Oh, I am freezing. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to hit my air conditioner real quick. Oh, and back in time for the RP. We didn't hit a bank to drop off all of this stuff, so hopefully we don't run out of inventory. I think we should be okay. Oh, this wasn't what I wanted to use, GG. This room is for... Oh, what are we doing? Okay, that was a new move. GG would have been better for the next room, I feel like. I don't know if we even pulled everything there. Did we? Now we have some loot over here, and probably by the time we kill these mobs. Alright, let's just DPS down the boss. That's what we care about more. Trash is secondary. It's just like bonus XP at this point. All we're really farming is those XP tokens for these characters. Any levels we're getting along the way are not incidental, because we do need to hit level 25, but those bonus XP tokens are definitely worth a lot more than the trash is. Because I also don't know if the characters parked at the start are getting any XP from all this trash. They may be too far back in the dungeon to get it. I did see a weak aura that allows you to see like your party members' XP levels. So we may try and add that in at some point. Maybe while we're trying to finish an MSV group. Alright, so these characters are 23, which means we still need to do another... We need to do at least one or two more heroics. And the other advantage of using a level 20 twink is that you also skip all of the annoying dungeons. And what I mean by that is, in Mists of Pandaria, the earlier dungeons are a lot easier to blast through the way we are doing. You don't want something like, what is it, the gate one. I'm dog water remembering names, but you basically skip the Azure Vault, Ruby Life. Wait, what am I saying? It's the current season. All right, I'm losing my mind. You skip Gate of the Setting Sun, Mogu'shan Palace, Siege of New Niuzao Temple, and I think and Shadowpan Monastery as well, which those ones just have a bunch of RP. Oh, dang it, we used up Touch of Death on a trash mop by mistake. So we actually have to go through the entire RP of this dang boss. Which is annoying, but not to worry. It just means it'll take a little bit longer. Am I standing in something I shouldn't be? Honestly, even with the shield, our DPS is so high that we're literally just killing the boss through their little shield thing anyway. Sorry about that. Alright, let's loot the trash, and then we gotta loot the mobs. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, please drop a like, drop a subscribe. It really, really makes a big difference, and helps me a lot. I'm still very, very early days on content creation, so I really appreciate any and all feedback on how I'm doing. If my audio quality is good, if my video quality is good, if my commentary quality is good, or if I'm a noob, or if I'm doing something wrong, or if I could be doing things a lot quicker, other than the add-ons and wasting time leaving instance groups and things. Oh, we usually don't get this boss to the Yulon phase. By which I mean they usually don't survive till then. And I don't think I'm going to bother running through and looting. I don't think it's worth the, like... Even if it was a couple hundred bronze, it probably still wouldn't be worth it, to be honest. It's another dungeon done. Let's just get these guys off our back. Alright, let's pop Gigi. Because I think the main advantage of Chi-Ji is sort of basically just having more... the way I'm viewing it is like having more charges of roll, basically. Where it very definitively moves you piece by piece. I think relying on it for damage is sort of not the way to think about it, probably. I think this boss is technically supposed to have like different versions of it, and I feel like this is the slowest one that we've now gotten 2 or 3 times in a row, unless I'm misremembering something. I usually don't bother with this boss, but I realized it was another bonus XP token that you can get out of this, and it doesn't take that much time to get it done. Okay, so we're at level 24 already. This boss may take us over the... Yeah, I think this boss will take us over the edge to level 25, so... At that point, we're going to have our level 20 twink leave the group. We're going to form a quick group for Mogu'shan Vault normal and just blast through that. And probably while we're doing that, we'll see what else we want to do. Oh, and we hit level 25 already without even finishing this boss off. Boom. Alright, let's loot on this character. And let's... Okay, this time we do actually have to leave the instance group so that we can leave party. Okay, and so we are actually still here in Jade Forest. Who's lead? Let's pass lead to this account. All right, and while we're waiting for this to happen, gonna try and see if I can quickly find that weak aura that we were looking for. Okay, this seems to do what we needed to do. Let's... Of course, because we're speed leveling, this is going to take a little bit longer. I think we should be okay on inventory levels without having to scrap. But let's just open up all of our items in the meantime. I do wonder if it's taking longer to fill the queue because it's showing up as a level 25 looking for a group. That may be what's going on, because usually I do it on a level 70. Okay, we don't have an LFG queue. How is their item level 4? How is that? They clearly haven't equipped any gear. Seems to be the main thing. Let's see if we can join this. Maybe that's quicker. Boom. Okay. So we got a little bit lucky in that we just found a group that was already ready to go. But trust me when I say it shouldn't take that long to find a group if you form your own either. And generally most raids should be happy to have level 25s because the scaling is crazy. Even with dog water gear, you're just gonna do ridiculous amounts of damage. And we actually want to more or less equip all of the gear we have because dang near everything is going to be a stat increase. Because a lot of slots you're not going to even have gear in just yet. Haste is definitely better than avoidance. Avoidance is pretty trashed here if we're being honest. All right, let's just use up whatever tinkers we get. Door of Shadows is useless to be honest, but I'd rather have it than not. All right, let's wait for the summons to come on both. We don't want. And so this character is a little bit ahead of this one actually. Funnily enough. And we have 2 prismatic slots. Let's just throw versatility in both. But you know what? Let's do one versatility and one speed since... Yeah, this interface just makes things a lot easier. And I guess that's the only tinker we have, so... Looks like this character got more tinkers than the other. And that's just how RNG is, right? Alright, let's accept the summon on this one and... Did we add the weak aura here? I don't think we did. Accept the summon here. And we're inside, and I think they've already done the trash. So it's just the boss that we're waiting on. Do we need mage food? Not really. Alright, let's not be totally useless. Let's at least cast something on each of these bosses. Or not. Looks like we still got loot credit all the same. And so here's what the no loot experience add-on is going to do. Is it's going to loot everything except for anything that has experience in the title. And we're going to want to manually loot these threads. If you don't have the time or the patience, what you can do is you can just wait for it to go into the mailbox and then manually filter out your loot that way. But since this group is explicitly a carry group, we can just sort of tag along and do things as we need them. Oh, we forgot to turn in that quest, I guess. Boom. And so I'm just going to run back and loot these guys. Just on the off thread that they drop an experience thread. Yeah, see, that's what we want, these threads of experience. Doesn't really matter too much on the 1% ones, don't make too much of a difference in all honesty. Make it through the cutoff? Okay, it turns out doesn't matter. But this is literally just how fast normal Mogu'shan Vaults is, and honestly, all the raids can be this quick and easy. As you can see, they're going so fast that we're not even making it to the boss before it's already dead. And so this is the other reason why people aren't like. There's no reason to be afraid of raiding in Remix. It's super trivial with characters being as geared as they are. And to be honest, I almost every single raid that I've done, I've been the raid lead for. Other than this one, this may actually be the first like raid in Miss Pandaria in which I am not raid lead that I've participated in. And I am more than happy to take on whoever, because once you have a certain number of well-geared characters, it really doesn't matter who else you bring along, because it's basically just free loot for others. And the only reason we're even bothering to loot this trash is for a little bit more bronze and because we have the time to do it. So at this point, I am going to skip that pack and we'll grab the loot from them on the way out, because otherwise we are going to get zoned out of this boss. But what you guys will start seeing here as well is already our cloak is at 141% experience, right? You get the 100% bonus just from being from having the cloak, that achievement that I mentioned earlier, unlocked on your main. So by default, you get 100% bonus from that, but you also get the remaining 38% that we've gotten so far is from looting those 12% threads from the bosses. And so by the end of this, I think we should be at something like 172%, something like that. Boom, 4 kings down. Let's put follow back on, and I actually should probably just create a macro to have each of these characters follow the other. And all we want is the thread of experiences, and we want to be very careful to not loot the bonus experience, because we want to save all of those for the end. Right, we might as well upgrade our gear as we're going. I wonder if we got any better movement tinkers. I think we have soul shape, but what we really want is I think it's a druid skill originally that allows you to, that gives you a buff to all of your surrounding party members' speed. That's definitely the GOAT tinker for when you're doing 2 characters like this. And just a gentle reminder as well, the advantage of blue gear in Remix is that you get main stat on them, versus on a green item you will only get a secondary stat. On the blue items you get main stat, and on epic items, which are super low drop rates unless you're running like heroic raids, on an epic item you'll get 2 different secondary stats. Although in my case, I have also seen where it just gave me double mastery, which was super nice. All right, I think this character has equipped the best gear that they have looted so far, and we can, if we have time before Elegon, we can probably even do some scrapping. And this is what I mean. It's, oh, we're locked out, but hey, just means that we're right at the chest when we need it. Ooh, okay, we got Slay. That's a great tinker. Again, doesn't really matter because we're not really doing anything on this character, but it's still nice to have, I suppose. Boom. So I mean, like running raids in Miss Pandaria is very much tourist mode. In that you literally just like show up, run around, and grab loot as you go. And so 1 hour and 4 minutes in, we're already level 25 with Mogu'shan Vaults completed. It should be interesting to see if we're able to get both these characters. If we should be able to get both of these characters to level 70 before we hit 2 hours. I think we're locked out of this, boss. I think they already pulled. All right, let's use that as an excuse to gear up this character just so that we're a little less squishy. Not that it should make too much of a difference, but avoidance I don't like, but I do like main stat, although I think this is a better version of that in any case. The versatility, let's do that. And the other reason that you would probably want to run different class or race or in combat, right? Of course. The other reason you'd want to run different race and or well, not race, but different class combos is because if you care about transmog, there are a whole bunch of unique transmogs that are only available, weapon transmogs I believe they are, that are only available through remix. These are either unobtainable color variants or entire models that are only available through remix, and they only drop for specific specs. So you definitely want to vary how many. Why can't I just drag this the way that I usually would? Oh, it may not be showing because we're not in a party right now. All right. Oh, we do need to make our way to a timeless bazaar at some point to pick up those daily quests so that we can turn them in straight at 70. Oh, we're running past the boss. So yeah, that entire run took 12 minutes and 31 seconds, during which time we got almost, well, no, we got 80% bonus experience to our cloaks almost, which is huge, right? And just means that all of the XP tokens that we've stored up are going to be worth that much more. Oh, are we? Okay, we're already outside. We've already left party on this. Okay, so that should teleport us to one of the places. And let's just send out the invites. Boom. And let's queue up for heroics again. Do we have a heartstone? I don't think we have one. Like a physical heartstone, but we can use our toy box heartstone. The Timeless Shore. Alright, hopefully there's a hopefully there should be a Infinite Bazaar and a mailbox there, because those are the two things we need most right now. Well, I mean, not the things we need most, but definitely the things that I want us to have right now. Oh, okay, that was not a great call, I guess. I wonder if we do have a flight path. I wonder if we do have the flight paths loaded. So there is a bronze vendor here, strangely, that's just selling toys. And strangely enough, toys that we already have, which is kind of strange. What is it set to by default? Remix scroll tracker, position. Screen/parent group. Yeah, okay, that's good. Party XP tracker, that's where we want that. Why isn't this working now? Do I need to have it loaded on? Oh, okay, everyone in the party needs to have it. All right, so let's do that. Import. And I guess that'll also keep it from showing up from characters that are just in our dungeon party and who we don't really care about. Oh, and we can turn in these quests as well. So what we're doing is now we've hit level 25. We've run Mogu'shan Vaults. What we need to do is we need to hit level 35 so that we can run Heart of Fear. Oh, the quest giver's at the end of the dungeon. Okay, so we're not going to bother, is what that means. Oh, and we don't have our buffs up either. We'll do it during the RP of one of them. Oh, see, this is why I was saying you got to be careful to not spin in here, because you will get stunned by those, by, well, all of this nonsense, which you really don't want. We just want to pull and kill as many of these as we can to hit that 40. And again, guys, any questions, comments, feedback, let me know in chat. Drop a comment if you're watching the video on demand. And if you're enjoying the content, please do subscribe. It really, really helps me out, especially given how early days it is for me with content creation. I want to know what kind of content you guys want to see, how you guys are feeling about this, if my audio quality, video quality, commentary, if what I'm doing on stream is interesting or not. But at the very least, even if you don't feel like engaging with my content, I hope I have convinced you to roll a level 20 twink, because it is just so much fun. It is by far the most fun I've had in this game in a long time, and that's saying quite a lot, because I've actually really enjoyed Dragonflight. And having played since Encourage, it is amazing that the game seems to just get better and better as we go. For the first time, I'm more excited about what's coming in World of Warcraft than what we've already played, which is the first time I felt that way in a while, because Shadowlands was terrible. Prior to that, BFA was just awful as well, and I think it does come down to they listened to the forums too much and tried to make all this content for hardcores, forgetting that what made World of Warcraft great, or what made it so appealing, was you could hop on for like an hour or two and feel like you were making meaningful progress towards whatever your goal was, whether that was player power, whether that was cosmetics, whether that was gold, whatever it was. Shadowlands, even for gold making, I feel like Shadowlands was very unfriendly to the casual. Dragonflight, arguably, professions were a bit complicated to understand. But at least we're still a bit more casual accessible in that um, if you weren't relying on crafting orders, which a lot of people thought that the only way to make gold in Dragonflight was crafting orders, probably when we're doing a more gold focused stream, I can spend some time going over what the actual numbers look like for me during Dragonflight. But by and large, crafting orders were not a significant source of income for me, and I made uh, uh, yeah, around 10 or 15 million gold in Dragonflight, which isn't a huge amount in and of itself. But I was also super inconsistent in how much I was playing, um, which was sort of one of the bigger reasons why I didn't make more gold. All right, and we are 25 and 82% on one character. It is crazy how much of a difference those threads make. I always forget this mechanic on this boss because usually in the past I've just blasted through it. I swear they have buffed the bosses because I don't remember them taking quite as long as they do now. Oh, that's not good. We're already a full level ahead on one of these characters as opposed to the other. Did we do an additional quest? Is that what's going on? Gems of Power. Shift right click. Socket chipped deadly. Now it looks like someone beat us to the queue. Oh, I was getting annoyed that DPS hadn't accepted the queue, and it turns out it was my own characters that hadn't accepted the queue. So, yes. Do we have the quests available on these two? Although I don't think it should make too much of a difference because I think the turn is near the end in any case. Boom. All right, let's rock and roll. What do we need for that achievement? Oh, we'd have to not kill any of the hounds. We can probably do that. Do I have it on my account? Oh, let's throw up all of our buffs. You know what? Let me actually disable the fact that oh, okay, I can't open up weak aura options. Because I think I have the buff thing set up to only show up when we're out of combat, but I actually don't care because combat is so quick that where is it? Scroll part remix scroll tracker load. Just alive is good enough for me. Because even if I'm in combat, I want to throw those buffs up. Or even if I'm in, yeah, what did I say? Did I say even if I'm alive? What I meant was even if I'm in combat, I want to throw those buffs up. I don't think intellect is going to do much of anything for me, but boom, and now we just speed run to the last boss. I think we're going to pop Chi-Chi here. Okay, and hitting Chi-Chi twice will disable it. Boom. Dungeon done. We are at level 28. trying to get to 35 in order to unlock the next raid. Yeah, I gotta remember to disable the instant achievement tracker add-on. Oh geez, someone rejected the queue. I guess they're not enjoying queuing with us. See, it's times like this that I feel like it may be a better idea to leave instance group. This is why previously I would leave instance group, because now we're waiting on someone to complete their role check. And we could have already entered the next dungeon by now. Jeez. So also just an estimate of how much bronze we're, and this estimate is completely warped because we don't have an idea of how much. Long last, they decided to accept their queue. Okay, and we're back in Temple of the Jade Serpent again. This time we're going to make sure to not use up Touch of Death on anyone but the boss. Why doesn't it want to let me throw up the intellect buff? Oh, is it because I'm targeting the wrong? Does it not let me cast in combat? Is that the thing? Alright, we looted the boss. We're out of combat. Item is not ready yet. Why is the item not ready yet? Oh, is the weak aura not updating out of combat? Maybe that's why it doesn't... Oh, we're already in combat. Okay, fine. Oh, we popped Chi-Ji at the wrong time. We didn't want to use Chi-Ji here. We wanted Chi-Ji for the final sprint. Oh well. You live and you learn, I suppose. Yeah, let's unpop Chi-Ji. Oh, and for some reason our threat plates aren't loading properly. But the character's name is Fast Monk and we're on a speed run, so we don't have time to reload interface right now. Maybe we'll do it when, well, and then it'll also mess up my bronze per hour and bronze this session tracking. I want to see how much bronze this character gets as well so that we can give a good estimate at the end of how we're doing in terms of we wanted it out of combat, right? Not in combat. Boom. Okay. There we go. Now that works properly. All right, let's pop our movement cooldowns when we're running to that last boss, since we already popped Chi-Ji too early. We pre-popped Chi-Ji, which we didn't want to do. All right, let's clear this trash so that it's not slowing us down and hitting us from behind, although I don't think it makes a difference with all the dodge chance that we have. We're level 29, so I think I think it usually should take around 5 dungeons, and we've done either 2 or 3 since we did Mogu'shan Vaults. And hopefully that other group that we were running with is doing the exact same method and is also listed at the same time. No, I really don't think it should take that long to fill a group for Heart of Fear either. Okay, maybe I'm misremembering it, and this boss always has this annoying um, thing, or maybe maybe it changes day to day. Maybe on different day lockouts it has a different version. All right. All right, guys, and I've just switched off my camera for a second because I'm having someone grab me some water that doesn't want to be on camera. And we're waiting on the roll check. Oh. All right, we've got we're getting stunned. $40 down. This boss should spawn. And thank you to everyone watching the stream live, both on Twitch and YouTube. Really, really appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the content, please drop a like, drop a subscribe if you can. Really helps me out a lot. And if you're watching the video on demand on YouTube, please do drop a like, drop a comment. It all really helps a lot. So, all right, and again, I cannot say it enough. I don't know why this spot specifically always reminds me of how much fun I have playing a level 20 twink, but if you don't have one, trust me, get one. It's literally completely free. All you have to do is set up a starter account, and let me know in the comments or chat if you guys need me to show you how to do that as well. I'm happy to put together a quick video on how to do that. Why is that door not opening? Oh, we popped GG by mistake. All right, let's get these bosses down. And we're at 30 on one character, 29 on the other, which is annoying me. But probably when we are doing the queue, when we're trying to fill up a group for Heart of Fear, we'll hit up the mailbox and open up any experience threads we have in there. And if you guys know of any add-ons that, you know what, let's try going back here and let's see if this is actually quicker. They usually line of sight, but I think we have a party member who's keeping them here, so let's just do it the good old-fashioned way and kill them where they stand. So I think now 2 or 4 spawn now, then we get the actual boss. And with any luck, this time we're able to out DPS the boss before it goes into that annoying bubble phase. Ooh, and our inventory is actually starting to fill up on this guy. We weren't able to out DPS it. Boom. Another round of dungeons in the book, and we're 31, so we're getting close to the 35 mark at which we're going to run our next raid. I think someone... Oh, no, okay, never mind. They did accept the queue. I was going to say I thought someone didn't accept the queue. And we're back in Scarlet Monastery. I think we should be able to pick up quests at this point. Let's see. I guess not. I was indeed mistaken. Right? Yeah. So probably later on is when we'll get the quests for that. Alright, let's kill this boss and then get going on our way. I don't know if those ghostly thingies give XP or not. No, 2 more bonus mobs, I didn't realize. I usually don't pull those, but... or no, for this dungeon, GG, we want to... Poof! Shouldn't have stopped there. Is my main takeaway from that. I don't usually bother pulling all these mobs, but we have Chi-Chi up anyway, so why not? Where's Brother Korloff? That's the boss that we want to get down. Boss down. Let's loot and okay, we can kill some more of these guys here. Did any of them drop any loot? Ah, forget it. Let's just get to the final boss. And if you guys know of any add-on that would be better at telling me when I've hit a personal best for clearing a dungeon, let me know. Instance time, I'm kind of liking it. gives me this nice overlay. I think we're in Scarlet Monastery, and so my fastest is 2 minutes 23 seconds. So this isn't a PR. Boom. I think I was probably just better at targeting that boss. I feel like what's happened is that we missed picking up one of the raid threads on one of the boost characters. Let's just quickly take a look at that. So it's probably in their mailbox. 181%, 175%. Is a 6% difference in threads really what caused that whole difference? It may just be where we positioned one of the characters for one of the dungeons that led them to getting a lot more XP. In either case, I don't think it should make too meaningful of a difference. It's probably just, yeah, it's probably just annoying me, but just means one of the characters will probably be 41 and one of the characters will be 42 when we are doing the raids, or when we're opening up our mailboxes. Someone didn't pick a role and then left the group, so that slowed us down for a second there. I'm just gonna take a quick chance to open up threads and Charlemagne's, and that's ideally we want as many of these 4 boss dungeons as we can get. Or sorry, Charlemagne's is 5 bosses. What am I saying? Oh, looks like we have someone even faster than me in this run. Demon Hunters do have ridiculous amounts of speed, and I think that's because one of their they're probably a little level 70, and they may be a fully geared level 70. Am I right with that? Yeah, that's a level 70. So they probably have a lot more speed on their cloak than our twink monk has. I'm going to use that as an excuse to start scrapping things while they're taking care of the dungeon for us, it looks like. So I finally get to sit one out. I have a feeling what's happened is since the amount of XP on the cloaks are about the same for both characters, I think I probably accidentally looted one of the experience items on the priest that I didn't on the warlock, and that probably explains the gap in the two characters' experience levels. So on this twink character, basically the only thing we have left to do is like the only loot that we care about is any epics that we may get, and that's why I'm just gonna quickly run through and loot these bosses, because they have, albeit a very small chance, they do have a chance to drop epics. I've literally had maybe 1 or 2 drop the entirety of Remix outside of heroic raids, and on this character alone we have done, and this always lags for a second when I click on this section of statistics, we've done 85 5-player dungeons. I'm just gonna loot real quick. Oh, yeah, we didn't get loot credit for this last boss, it seems like. Okay, so people are probably right in that we're missing out on a token by not moving our characters forward. Though I don't know if it would be worth the time to actually move these two characters that much closer. And we might have lost that Demon Hunter. Yeah, we lost the Demon Hunter. I would be interested to see how much bronze you actually get as a Demon Hunter powering through dungeons like that. Once we fully gear our monk, we'll see what the XP is like on, or what the bronze is like on a fully geared. I think I do need to pick up one of these shields. I thought I clicked it, but I guess not. I wonder if Chiji would get us through here quicker. It may well do. Probably try it on another one of our runs. So we're at 33 and just 33 and a half is the one that we care about. So I think two more dungeons maybe should get us through this. And at some point we are going to also start scrapping the gems that we're picking up along the way. Dang it, pre-pop Chiji again. If I didn't need the XP token from this boss, I would have probably just skipped it. If you wanna, if your main goal is just getting through dungeons as quickly as possible, for whatever reason, then it is a bit quicker to just Chiji past that boss and go straight into this last corridor. So you would just Chiji right to the last boss here because, yeah, of course that's a bit quicker because you're not jumping down into that room and pulling all those mobs into that room, and I don't think I need to explain too much why it's a lot faster. Let's see if pulling these mobs into this room instead gives us XP on those characters. At the entrance, it looks like it doesn't. So ideally, we would move those characters forward. Just playing on one screen the way I do, it's a bit of a pain in the butt to move characters around any more than I absolutely need to. Did someone not pick a role? Oh no, we are queued in the Dungeon Finder. Oh, Rastafari-mon is not ready. Why are we waiting on? Okay, we're level 34, so this should be the last dungeon we need to run before we hop over to Heart of Fear. I don't even think we're gonna make it through the entirety of this dungeon without dinging 35 in all honesty, but those are sort of just rules of thumb. We usually at 41 or 42, in my experience, I've still seen that we have more tokens than we need, so I think we're probably gonna be okay. And make sure, no matter how fast you guys are running through dungeons, to stay hydrated, guys. However quick we're trying to go in all these dungeons, hydration is key for everything in life. That said, hopefully we don't have to take a pee break at some point during this speed run, because that may slow us down a little bit. Oh, and another pro tip, get a bottle that's roughly the height of your chin so that you can keep drinking water and staying hydrated while continuing to DPS. I think we have all of our buffs up. Two minutes and 26 seconds. What's the fastest we've done? Let's pop Gigi and sprint on over to that last boss. Okay, so I guess it's not a daily thing, it's just each time you enter the instance, it changes which version of the boss you get. I'm not sure if this one's any faster than the other one though. They may have made it so that the boss still takes just as long, whichever version you get. I think it maybe it's faster to actually single damage these. Boom. And we are 35 and 36, so what we're going to do is we're going to leave the instance group, and we now need to find a Heart of Fear run real quick. And we're 1 hour 47 minutes in. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make it under 2 hours to 70, unfortunately, especially because we still need to find a group for that. Oh, we gotta leave party on this character. And then let's make Thanos leader. Alright, while we're waiting for people to join up, we should probably move these characters to somewhere that kind of makes a bit more sense. We're on the Timeless Isle, but on like a phased version of it, I think. So let's just take this portal to Honeydew Village. Or actually, that's exactly where we want to go anyway. Oh, the other thing we do kind of also want to do at some point is we should idly hop over to the Windward Isle for a second just to enable... No, not that. That's not the guy we need to go with. Boom, we're already getting... Yeah, so this is what you expect to see. Honestly, lower level characters are going to be more advantageous for us. 35, perfect. 37, 35, 37, 38's already pushing it a little bit. All right, what we wanted to do when we're over here is just enable the passenger mounts for both of these characters. I am looking forward to when it's an option through the dragon riding interface in War Within. But it just makes things a lot quicker, especially when you're multi-boxing like this. What on earth just happened? How did we end up back here? Do we need to do this quest to like go out into the world or something? Should probably check if anyone's actually heading over to the raid. I see one person on their way there. Okay, so let's see if it's gonna port us back here. That was kind of weird. I don't know how it did that for both of the characters, but I guess we could pop a Nostwins. Oh, we don't have this guy mounted up here anyway. We dropped one person, so we gotta replace. What is going on? Why can't I list? Okay, we lost the DPS, not the end of the world. We can probably fill him before we even get summons. Let's accept the summon on this one if, with any luck, they kill some trash and we can get them closer to the same level. Boom, a 371 healer. Yeah, perfect. That way we have our 2 heals as well. And while we're at it, we probably want to equip... Oh, we haven't looted any gear on this character. That's why we don't have any gear here. This is the character on which we want the additional 7% inventory. Alright, let's pop down a mailbox. And we're just going to loot these threads of experience to try and bridge the gap a bit. And so these are only going to give us 1% bonus experience each, but every little counts. Oh, we got a 3% one as well. Be really, really careful to not hit loot all. $183 and $185 is what we're looking at. Between, that's how much we need to bridge. Okay, let's throw this character on follow, and let's run through and start looting things. We don't want to fall too far behind the raid. Oh, looks like I misspelt the name of that character. You probably skipped the loot on that first one, and I think probably the raid loot alone should be enough to give us a significant eye level boost. Gotta run around this way. Are we in combat? Yeah, we have a better one. Why not? Yeah, we're not supposed to be standing here, unsurprisingly. I literally have no idea what I'm doing. Because like I said, I've never played a priest before. But I understand mind play is a big part of it, so. Why is it making that noise? We're standing in... That add-on is GTFO, by the way, which just tells you if you're standing somewhere you shouldn't be. Although I can never tell why that is. Wow, we literally don't even have a pet summoned on our warlock. And we may actually not summon a pet on... we may just see if we can get a warlock to level 70 without ever summoning a pet. I doubt there's an achievement for it, but you never know. I do kind of wish they had fun achievements for fun things like that. Okay, so we probably could have picked a higher eye level group for this, because the boss is taking a little bit longer than we would have expected it to. Which means we may have to do more of the mechanics than we had originally planned. I don't think we have anyone that's really carrying the group, which is usually the case. As in, usually we would have someone who's carrying the group. But I think these days, most people who have maxed out their gear and are 476 or have all the 5.56 pieces are just running heroic, so probably don't bother with normal mode too much. Like my 70s aren't even max eye level, and I still don't bother running anything less than heroic. Oof. What spec did it default to? Oh, okay, it's a destruction by default. Oh, thank God, I thought we accidentally auto-looted. Because we already have this character a bit further ahead than the other one. Oh, geez, we don't even have a metagem equipped on this character. And so as always, manually clicking on each window to cast spells. And so now both of our characters have 197% bonus XP, and that's only going to go up as we complete more of the raids. And so we've already hit the 2-minute mark. So did we fail at getting characters to level 70 in under 2 hours? Yes. Does it make a world of difference? Not really, because after this we should only have to do about 2 dungeons, 2 more heroic dungeons, after which we'll run Terrace of Endless Springs, which should also be nice and quick. And then we just open up our mailbox and ding, level 70. So 2 hours, maybe not, but I certainly think 3 hours is doable. Did they nerf how much bronze raids give you? Or maybe my memory is just warped because I've mainly been running heroic raids on my main. I haven't been leveling characters the past couple days. And for Terrace of Endless Springs, I think we are going to be a bit more selective and try and get someone who can get a pumper who can carry us through a bit. Oh, we don't have anything on our boots either. Do we have... We have... Oh. I don't know if Door of Shadows can help us get through this a bit quicker. Oh, this is not going well. Okay. Got us there quick enough, I suppose. Boom. Let's go loot. Oh, we haven't even used shadow form yet. Let's throw shadow form up. I think that's probably what happened, is I probably did accidentally click on one of the bonus experience items instead of the experience thread. Or, well, both, I guess, because the experience on our cloaks is the exact same. Let's throw out buffs for the group. I'm literally just picking completely random tinkers here, just based on whatever's sounding somewhat decent. Oh, we actually got good tinkers on this character. Okay, let's actually go help out the boss a bit. Yeah, this is definitely the slowest remix raid group I've encountered so far. And given that I am the raid lead, it's practically entirely on me. Oh, our warlock died. That's not good. And I don't think it'll come as a surprise to anyone that we are lowest on the DPS charts, which is not great. Which is not great, admittedly. Now that's partially due to gear. Ideally, we should equip some gear, and we may take a couple of minutes to do that in any case after this run. Do we have any better weapons we can equip? least, which should give us a bit more damage. Oh, our priest died. That's not great. But to be fair, our warlock is the one that's a little bit behind in terms of XP, so we need a bit more XP on this character anyway. Although, yeah, 603 XP is not going to do much of anything for anyone, I don't think. Let's see if we can quickly equip some better gear from what we've just looted off of the raid bosses, so. 507% upgrade, yeah, for sure, let's do that. So I think we're just gonna basically go through and click anything that has a little green arrow on it. Should give us all of the best gear that we have in the bags. Oh, we didn't even have a shoulder piece equipped at all. Yeah, that's not great. That's not what you want. Oof, high level 94 staff. Definitely want that. Are we in combat? I think they already started the next boss without us. I think we need to run upstairs. We're probably locked out of the boss in all honesty. Yeah, you can't do that while in combat. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, hopefully we're not locked out of the boss and we can still do some damage. Ironically, having that character on follow is probably a bad move because we're literally just tailing behind someone who's putting down a damage thingamajigger. Oh, I think we need to go into shadow form for max DPS. So again, if you guys are enjoying the stream, if you guys are enjoying the content, please drop a like and or a subscribe, or drop a comment and let me know what you didn't like about it. That's equally helpful to me, to be honest. Oh, all right, let's get this guy and follow. Let's loot our second thread. Did we miss looting threads? Okay, no, we're both at 223%. There we go. Both our characters at 223%. experience buff, so that's good. Let's just throw up the remaining buffs. Let's just take our potions, or our flasks as well. Yeah, this is definitely the slowest MoP remix raid group I've ever been a part of. That said, of course, given that I am the raid lead, it's on me. I probably should have just been a little bit more patient waiting for someone with a slightly higher eye level to come along and sort of help carry the group a bit. But hey, I can't say I'm mad that I'm not getting carried. I feel like that's I feel like that wouldn't be a great thing to say. So, because low-key I am still getting carried since neither of these characters is doing particularly amazing damage. Yeah. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. I need to step away for just a second. All right. Okay, our raid quest is completed, which is good. I guess someone did share that with us, which was nice of them. We still need to pick up the other 2 quests though. Although it doesn't really matter too much because we're only going to do them once we're 70. Why can't I cast Thundering Orb? And we haven't even picked up the jewelry pieces for these characters yet. We'll probably pick them up when we're at Noswin's Bazaar to pick up the quests. So we're at 2 hours and 2 hours and 18 minutes so far. We did waste some time on add-ons, but I don't think that's the main reason why we missed out on getting it done as quickly as we need to. I think probably chain running dungeons. I for another set of alts, I may just chain run the dungeons and park them in front of a mailbox and just open their mail after every dungeon run. To try and keep things a bit more efficient there. Oof, a lot of ads. The move would actually probably be to go Affliction on the Warlock so I can throw out my DOTs and then more actively play the Priest if I genuinely want to maximize the amount of damage that my characters are doing. And thank you guys again to those of you who are watching live, or also to those of you who are watching the video on demand. I really, really appreciate it. spending a lot of time putting together content, so yeah, it really helps when I see people engaging with the content. Definitely makes me feel like I'm using my time constructively. What is this button do? Oh, okay. Probably just want to focus damage to the boss. I've honestly forgotten entirely how to do these mechanics because I haven't done them since MoP was current content, and then second of all, during Remix I've never really had to bother with mechanics because most often bosses just melt when you have well-geared characters in the raid with you. Alright, anyway, we only have one more boss left to go, and then it's 2 more heroic dungeons, and then Terrace of Endless Springs. But just as a proof of concept, you guys saw how quick it was to fill up this group. We got lucky with the Mogu'shan Vaults group in that we got a carry group really easily. Heart of Fear, we did not get quite as lucky, and like I said, I think I could have been probably a little bit more patient in waiting for someone who was a little bit better geared, or at least had a few more threads on their cloak. I think this group is probably filled with players who are doing exactly what I'm doing, which is just power leveling, and so probably don't have all that much gear equipped, which I can hardly complain about because that's literally exactly what I'm doing as well. So let's see if we can make it to the rest of the raid before we die. Ooh. I think our warlock is probably gonna die. Okay. Unfortunately, we got more experience on this character. Do we have a res scroll? Although, wait, we're a priest, right? So we should have a res spell. I'll be honest, I have no idea what... Oh, it's literally just called Resurrection. Did we miss looting that boss? I think we missed looting Amber Shaper. Whatchamacallit. Alright, and we're finally at the final boss. Is it just me that finds, again, I'm playing a priest for the first time in God knows how long. Um, Maybe the first time ever, in all honesty. But is it just me, or does it seem super lazy that the Shadow Word Pain and the Shadow Word Death icons look dang near exactly the same? Yeah, like I said, I literally do not recall any of these mechanics, because I literally haven't faced them. Even on heroic difficulty, raids have been a lot quicker than this. 33 minutes is super, super long for um, a Heart of Fear run, especially on normal. Um, Yesterday on a level 70, we did heroic in, I think, around 15 or 18 minutes, which is what these raids should be taking at most, in all honesty. Um, but like I said, I can't complain too much because I am the raid lead. Oh, and we're dead on that character at least. And hopefully we don't die on this character as well. Oof. Never mind. Hopefully the raid members who are still alive can get this down, and this doesn't end up being a wipe. Okay, so it's not a wipe just yet. Unless I'm mistaken. Hmm. Yeah, the only explanation I think I have for our priest being this much further ahead in leveling than our warlock is that I accidentally looted an experience token that I shouldn't have done. Let's just combine some gems so we can put some stuff into our into the slots we have. Ideally, we wouldn't be using armor, but considering the fact that we died on the last boss, I don't think it's a terrible idea either. I think we're already in combat. Or maybe not. So it looks like actually we probably can, as long as we're chain incinerating here and keeping mind flay up, I think we can probably contribute a lot more in terms of damage than we were doing. Haven't fully figured out the mechanics of either of these specs, but that's where Hikili's coming to our rescue. And that's the add-on right here that's showing us our rotation, which is super useful if you're playing a class that you're not super familiar with, or a spec even that you're not super familiar with. Definitely something I have up on all of my characters though, just because sometimes my brain derps out a bit and I forget what rotation, what the rotation is for whatever class that I'm playing. Oof. Up. That's one character down, but we've got the boss down to 5%, so I think hopefully we should be kind of okay. Boom. Okay, so we've got that done. And honestly, this leveling path is not terrible, even if it's your first level 70. Of course, it'll take a lot, it will take a bit longer if it's your first level 70 character, but what I would say is you could probably use the extra time to, or um, the extra XP you need to get, you can probably just get by actually doing the remaining raids, as in the ones that we're not going to be doing. So that's Throne of Thunder and um, Siege of Orgrimmar uh, on normal. Oh, looks like our boosting character actually logged out given how long it was. Okay, what did we want to do? We had gotten them to the right place and we forgot to set our Hearthstone, so that's not great. um, let's open up these bronze caches and the threads. While we're waiting for that character to zone in, let's convert this back to a party. Do we have any heart? Well, okay, so I think if we go through the chain of hearths that we need to take to get back to where we want to be, we should be in the right location to pick up the quest that we wanted. And again, the reason we don't want to turn in these quests just yet is because we want to wait until we're level 70 and can get the maximum bronze for them as possible. And so our cloaks are at 248% bonus experience and 245% bonus experience. And we could probably buff it up a little bit more by checking our mailbox. We may actually do that just now. Probably not a terrible idea in all honesty. Alright, let's get them back in. Let's get our twink back in group. We do have an interface error that is kind of annoying, but we don't want to reload the interface because then it will reset all of our timers. Okay, so it seems like anytime I fly close by this, it ports me back here. Let's just pop a Nostwin's ticket. I think we'll pick up... We should have more on our mailbox in any case, and even if we don't, they're like 10 bronze, which is not much of anything, to be honest. Alright, we don't want to turn in that quest. We do want to pick up the dungeon quest. The scenario quest, we can take it or leave it, because that we're going to just do our scenarios at level 70 in any case. Should we pick up jewelry? Probably doesn't make a difference at this stage. Alright, I think what we are going to do though is we are going to quickly check our mailbox just to pick up all of those threads of experience. I think it's probably a net bonus in any case. There should be a flight path here for us to pick up as well, but let's quickly set our hearths here as well. And in case you guys didn't know, what you want to do is you want to set your hearth actually facing outwards, because it remembers how your character was positioned when you set your Hearthstone. And so it just makes it that like 10 seconds quicker that you don't have to turn your character around when you hearth. Oh, and we should probably join a guild as well just to get the quicker hearth. Oh geez, what just happened? Okay, something strange is happening. Let's hope we're all good. Because it would be annoying for us to have a crash on either of these characters right now. Anyways, I suppose we can start going through our mailbox since we were planning on doing that anyway. We are at 2 hours and 41 minutes, which is not optimum, but hey, it is what it is. Oh, we missed yeah, we knew we missed that boss actually, so we're fine there. Is this the most fun thing that we could be doing right now? No. Is it worth doing? Probably, yeah. Which is why we're doing it. I'm sure there is probably an add-on that allows me to just filter and selectively loot things from the mailbox, but I haven't been able to come across one. So if you guys know of one, let me know in chat or drop a comment and let me know, because that would definitely save me a lot of time and effort on this, because this is kind of a pain in the butt to do. And just a reminder here as well, when you loot threads from your mailbox, they don't get added to your cloak automatically. They show up in your inventory as items that you need to then click on to get them added to your cloak. And just be careful again not to click on any of those bonus experience items. We want to save them all for the end when we have the maximum amount of experience on our cloak as we can get. Now, of course, if we were not doing this completely solo and we had someone else boosting us, we could be doing this while we were in a raid or while we were in a dungeon, you know, waiting at the start of a dungeon and using that mailbox item to have a portable mailbox wherever we are, which would be a more efficient use of time for sure. But since we are doing everything completely solo, we do need to carve out the time to do this. Alright, I think we've gotten all of the threads more or less of experience that are on this character's that were in this character's mailbox. Let's just do one last search. Yep, we got all of them. And so now we're just gonna sit here and chain click, or it won't let us and we'll have to manually spam click each of these. Alright, while we're doing that, let's start doing the exact same thing on this character as well. It does seem like for some reason this character also has less loot. I wonder if I missed a dungeon or something funny like that on this character. Let's see. Hopefully I didn't mess this up and end up with one character at 70 and one substantially below it. Because there is a non-zero chance of that having happened as well. Because this character definitely seems to have at least a lot fewer threads of experience, and that may just be RNG though. Let's open up another thread of experience. Yeah, this character definitely got a lot fewer threads of experience. I am hoping to God that's not because we have this is not a great way to check, by the way, how many experiences you have, because the raid experience and the dungeon experience has the exact same item name. But we have 34 males with bonus experience on this character, and also they sometimes group up differently. But it does look like we have the same number of or of males with, and the same number of total males as well. So I think it's just an RNG thing that that character, as in the character on the right, got 289 on their cloak versus this one that only got 269. RNG is funny that way, and can make a big difference in how you're going. And let's be honest, the entire event is sort of strange in that way, because you can get super lucky with your tinkers or you can get super unlucky with your tinkers, and that will impact how you're going. Should we bother gearing up? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. We can do that once they're already 70. Let's try and remember that we were doing a speed run. Oh, we got a pass lead. Boom, Q pop. Okay, and we're 36 on both of these characters, so actually two dungeon runs should be enough to get us to level 40, at which point we can run Terrace of Endless Springs. And it looks like we have another Demon Hunter in here with us as well, so this should also kind of be a little bit of a sit out and oh, dang it. Demon Hunter hit that item. That stunned both of us. Okay, since the Demon Hunter seems to be getting most of this done anyway. Oh, I thought we would go loot real quick, but boom. You know what we might actually do, since we don't need, it seems like we don't really need to, seems like we don't really need to do anything on that character, since the Demon Hunter is running this dungeon for us in any case. I'm going to take the free carry and use that as a chance to turn in these quests, which actually also reminds me that we need to pick up the books, so maybe we will do the book quest. Because, hey, it's a little bit more bronze and a little bit more experience, which is never a bad thing. Whirlwind, lol. Alright, they got the second boss down. I think I'm just going to loot all the quest items on one character and then swap who's following who and pick up the quest items on the other character. Is probably going to be the most efficient way to do that. Is there another book in this room, or do we gotta go upstairs? Two minutes and 45 seconds, is that? That is trending quicker than the fastest run that I've done on either of these characters, but I need to check on my monk to be doubly sure. Alright, and we have all of our quest items. We could probably swap to a better meta gem in all honesty. Quests combine gems. Boom. And we are 38, so we need one more dungeon. Let's just quickly turn in these quests and loot the last two bosses since we're already here. And actually, let's just get our monk to catch up with our boosties, because the monk also needs to loot. Since we don't have access to the mailbox, we want to pick up all the loot we can, especially before bosses despawn or anything funky like that. Just being very careful to not click in the window itself and accidentally loot the experience items, because we do want to save them till the end. And we've got our nice line of 3 characters all following each other. And remember guys, stay hydrated. If you're enjoying the stream, drop a like, drop a subscribe, drop a comment, let me know in chat. Or again, if you're watching the video on demand or if you're watching it on YouTube, let me know how you guys are enjoying or not enjoying the content, the run, everything. This character's got really good RNG. They keep getting threads of experience, even though the other character who's running the exact same way isn't getting any of that. Alright, let's turn in these 2 quests real quick. And that should get us to 39, and actually we have enough quests to get this character to 40 as well, but I think that's because we have those 2 quests on deck. I do want to quickly check if we have... Yeah, let's do the... Have we already combined our... No, we haven't done this quest on this character. So that gets us a little bit further. And let's just open up these as well. The off chance that we get some more XP items. Yeah, I mean, it's wild. Just RNG alone, this character has 30% more bonus experience than this one. More than 30%. What else did we want to do? Oh, we wanted to add... Let's add a critical strike gem. Chip Deadly Sapphire, do we not? Boom. Boom. Did we complete the quests? Yeah, I don't see it on here, so I think we did complete the quest. Though strangely, we don't have the quest for... Or maybe we just did them out of order on that character and that's why. In either case, I think we're at the same quest completion level on both of these guys. All right, let's queue up for our next dungeon. Again, like I said, terrible speedrunner. Do as I say, not as I do. I think we'll end up being around 3.5 hours by the time we're done with this, which is not optimal, but again, I mean, I'm doing this on a pretty chill pace, which was not supposed to be what was happening, but hey, here we are. I'm not sure if there's a quest for this dungeon, but if there is, we've already started. And so actually, what we may do is for our alliance twink, we may actually do a demon hunter, because it does seem like they scale pretty crazily with the stats, and also just to change things up a bit. Although I am worried that I'm going to enjoy it less. But let's see. We'll give it a shot. We'll test it out, and if we feel like it's slower, we can always just roll a monk right afterwards. Not really. We don't need to sink a bunch of time or energy into a level 20 twink. It takes very little effort to get them up and running. I would say maybe an hour to max 2. Let's throw up our speed buff and just run through and take out all these guys. Come back around the corner and damage them down. In the meantime, hopefully the RP sequence has already started. Or not, because the Talking Skull is still here. So we are going to have a couple minutes downtime, I guess, during which we can open up that. And maybe even scrap some gear, why not? Oh, missed that the boss was up. Alright. Pew pew. And let's roll. Oh, it's probably pointless to throw these buffs up since we're near the end of this dungeon in any case. And I forgot to pop my aggro item. Oh, no, that's not what we wanted to do. This is the one we wanted to hit. Oh, dang. No, never mind. I love that it took me 3 attempts to hit the right toy. Jeez. Well, we have a mailbox down there for anyone who needs it. Alright, let's see if moving these characters forward does actually get us more experience. Oh, okay. So we can skip past the RP of that as well. Actually, Touch of Death as well. Not having Touch of Death will annoy me on a Demon Hunter. I love that I'm gradually talking myself out of rolling a Demon Hunter twink. But no, I think we will do it just to have something different going on. And that way I can also test it out for you guys and save you guys the effort of figuring out which is most efficient. Boom. And so we should be 41 or 42 at the, or no, we should be 40. Actually, we were 40 at the start of this dungeon run, I think. So time to form a group for Terrace of Endless Springs. Let's get going with that. The characters are actually already at 41 and 42, which is just sort of proof that I wasn't as efficient as I needed to be. If we didn't want to run Terrace of Endless Springs, we could just push through to about level 45, and then we should have enough experience anyway, but I am keen that we do Terrace of Endless Springs, just because. Alright, let's start well, let's see if we could join this group, but that's for heroic, which we don't want to do. We want to do Terrace of Endless Springs normal. Alright, I'm going to use this as an excuse to go switch off my AC real quick. Be right back, guys. And we are going to be a little bit more selective this time around. See, the 216 tank, the issue we're going to have, we do need a tank, so let's grab them anyway, but ideally we want level 70s as much as possible with a decent amount of gear. We're just going to open up everything in our... We'll do a quick mailbox check while we're at it. 375, yes, please. 334 is a little bit on the lower end, but honestly, I don't want to gatekeep too much. This is remix after all. I don't know why it throws that Lua error for some of the gems. Ideally, an interface reload would fix that, but like I said, I want to keep our session tracker here accurate, so just gonna wait with it. And it seems to go away on its own anyway, on sequent clicks. But yeah, so we're at 3 hours and 4 minutes. This run hopefully shouldn't take us too long, at which point oof, we've gotten some really bad cogwheels on these characters. Although actually we probably have a lot better cogwheels just in the mailbox. Alright, let's see if anyone's making their way over to the dungeon. We can just fly over, honestly. Yeah, it looks like there already are 2 of them over there, so we probably don't need to bother. I'm just gonna pick up some of the gear that we have, just to make the run go a little bit quicker. Alright, we should hopefully get our summons pretty quick. I think this 327 is probably going to be our choice if we don't get anything better before we get summoned. 385 should be more than enough to carry us, to be honest. Alright, let's just throw in, yeah, Thundering Orb. I don't know if Vanish is of any use to us, but... Oh, let's throw up some Tinkers as well. Let's do all these DPS ones. And one thing that is slightly annoying about not opening up your mailbox, about not looting directly, is that you will get duplicate Tinkers in your mailbox that you can't delete the mail, nor can you delete the Tinker. So that is one slightly annoying thing. If you like having an empty mailbox, that can get a bit annoying at times. But all right, let's pop this on here because I know it doesn't like us to. It doesn't let us do that in combat. All right, let's throw this up. Let's do all of our buffs. And we should be good to go. We may need another healer. Boom, 378 DPS. Let's do that instead of another healer. I think we should be fine. All right, let's get them summoned and over to us over here. And we're completely done on our gems. Oh, we wanted to do Tinkers, right? Fine, let's just do that one. I can't be bothered. Thundering Orb is good enough for me. Prismatic. Let's throw a versatility gem in there, and we're fully tinkered up. Okay, not enthused by how long the trash is taking us, but it's generally not a great sign, but I think we should be okay. I don't think this should take us more than 20 to 30 minutes, and after that all we have to do is open our mailbox and hit level 70, so can't really be too mad at that. At which point, I think the only remaining class that we have to, the only remaining, what do you call it? Allied race that we need to level is the Mogu'shan Orcs. Oh, geez. Pre-made group finder is keeping us from being able to literally use any hotkeys. That's not great. that's definitely not what we want going on. And I guess we only get soul well at level 52, which is going to be sat in front of a mailbox in any case. And also one thing that's probably worth mentioning is if you guys check the time, this is 6 a.m. server time, right? We've been doing all this during off-peak hours. For a bunch of reasons, I don't play on servers that are in my times, anywhere near my time zone. It's currently 3:12 p.m. where I live, or 3:13, I guess. Which is also kind of funny because that means we started at exactly noon. Because our session timer here is exactly at the same length as that. Oh, again, I don't know what I'm doing in terms of mechanics. I don't know what I'm doing in terms of mechanics because of the fact that I have yet to deal with mechanics on any of these bosses, even on heroic mode. But that may just be me having gotten lucky with groups in the past. And I don't think that's a may, I think that's almost certainly the case. And there's our thread. Oh, let's grab the Warlock cookie, why not? Maybe of some use at some point. Let's throw up Shadow Form. And okay, this add-on is still annoyingly not letting us actually use any hotkeys. Yeah, so I mean, as you guys can see, RNG makes a huge difference in these runs, because this character is almost a full level ahead of where this one is. It doesn't make too much of a difference because we have enough XP tokens in any case. Sulong is down. Let's go grab all of our loot and most importantly, our thread. So we're at 307% right now. We need to drop combat. Let's quickly. Oh, so we grabbed the thread on this one and not in this one, which is just great. All right, we can't use hotkeys on that account. Ah. So it seems like it doesn't even want to let us use this toolbar. Right. Keep forgetting that we can't use hotkeys on this account until we reload the interface, which we'll do once we ding 70. My hope with this run, you guys, is to give you a realistic estimate of how long it is actually, how quickly it actually is possible to level without having, you know, streamer perks or having someone else outside of the group put together the raids for you or put together boost runs or whatever. Just as an individual solo player using exactly the same tools that's available to everyone. Which is not to throw shade or anything. I mean, I would have done that if I if I had the ability to. But I think this does give you guys a bit more of a realistic estimation of how long it should take to level characters if you're not being super optimal either. At a fairly chill rate, how quickly you can level 70s. Oh geez, did I fall off into the water? I keep habitually hitting hotkeys on that character, even though we know we can't use any. This is where having a monk is always handy to just cast Spinning Crane Kick and run around in circles until you get Lei Shen to emerge. Boom. Alright, let's grab our thread. And while we're at it, let's also check if there's any gear that we want to equip. I think that head socket for sure, and let's throw a meta gem in there as well, why don't we? or less all of the eye level 100 plus stuff is what we should be looking at. Yeah, I think we have the highest eye level stuff equipped, or pretty close to it at least. Oh, we didn't check weapons. Oh no, that's a one hand. Do we have an offhand? Oh, we can't dual wield. Okay. Hopefully that's a net DPS increase for us. And I'm not too concerned about gear on this character because we can't use hotkeys anyway, so we're going to be super slow and low on damage on this character. Gonna manually click like a noob. We're gonna click cast. But hey, I think it was the GM of Liquid who was saying that when they joined their first guild, they were still click casting. So, or when they joined their first like raid guild that they had to apply to, they were still click casting some of their spells. So, I'm gonna take that to mean that I can still improve and make it to race to world first GM levels at some point. It's been 18 years of playing this game, and I figure now is when it's gonna happen for me. Alright, we're not doing too bad on damage. We're at number 6, so things could be worse. Though we're also both at number 6 on the DPS meter and at number 10, so if we average it out, we're probably around 8 or 9 or something like that. Okay, we got one more of these mechanics. Oh geez, I just realized my webcam is not on. Sorry about that. There I go again, clicking on. Okay, we don't want to stand there. Where do we want to stand? Here. Boom. Yep. And our warlock is dead, so now we are solely click casting. Also, let me know what spec I should... Well, I mean, I guess Shadow is the only spec that I can take my priest, but let me know what spec you think I should keep my warlock at level 70. We are probably not going to be playing these characters much until the War Within, in all honesty. We may play them... We'll probably take them through the... pre-patch event, just so that we have some good gear on them, because I think once Remix ends, characters will be left with, like, these characters will get something in the 400 somewhere, I think 420 or something around there, gear, after which, and I think the pre-patch is supposed to reward 480 high level gear or somewhere around there, so we'll probably pick up just some of that gear. We could actually start looting these items because we are now not only done with everything that we need to do, but I think we will probably just do everything at the mailbox. So yeah, my estimate of about 3.5 hours turns out to be pretty accurate, but since we were running this on 2 characters, it's been pretty efficient. And unfortunately, since we did log out here, we don't have an accurate bronze per hour estimate for this guy. But I think we got probably maybe around 10,000 bronze on the boosting character. Um, and we'll see how much bronze we end up with on these characters as well. And in some ways, I guess it's good that we have the RNG differences, because that also sort of shows you a best and worst case. Funnily enough, on the same account. Wait, why am I going in here? I need to go to the mailbox. And so this is what I meant about the daily quests. You'll see now the rewards have gotten slightly better. At least if this works the way I think it does, we should get the items that give you 1250 bronze if we turn them in, if we turn that quest in at 70. All right, so let's see if there's any more threads of experience. Nope. And hopefully we don't have too many issues opening all mail. I think we are going to run out of inventory space probably while we're doing that. While we're opening up all of the mails. Let's just reset that and open up our last bronze item. We have some more bronze items here. So these characters are each sitting at about 17,000 bronze, 17,500 bronze roughly each. And that's not including what we're gonna get from having dinged 70. With that said, let's go ahead and start opening mails. I guess we're at 42. We have 343 and 320% bonus experience on our cloaks. And let's go ahead and hit open mail. And there we go. We just start leveling right away. And actually, while we're leveling 44, 45, let's start. Ideally, we would be clicking the threads, but I don't see the threads showing up here, so we may just have to click them in our bags. Nope. Not what we're trying to do. Level 49. Let's open up these threads. And so it may glitch out for us here because, like I said, we can't loot multiples of the tinkers and we can't delete them either, which is kind of annoying, but it is what it is. We mainly are just trying to get the bonus experience out of here, and I think Trade Skill Master should manage all of that for us so that we don't have too much of an issue. 55. Up. I gotta stop clicking on the in between items. Level 60. And this dude's still at level 58 for some reason. But it may just be the order in which we open things that's causing us issues. Oh, and we're out of inventory on this character. So let's just click some of these threads and get back to opening all mail. Level 63, and we still have a bunch of experience items left to go, so I don't think we should have any issue dinging level 70 with everything that's in our mailbox. We're probably gonna have to click this open all mail button a couple times. It is kind of annoying that the threads don't stack. wonder if they're showing up. Okay, they are showing up in this interface, which just makes things a little bit easier to quickly click through. Now we don't want to. We'll combine gems at the end just to see what we get out of that as well. But yeah, some of these threads just do not want to show up, and hopefully we don't have that. Hopefully, and right, of course, right as I say it. So for some reason on my account specifically, I've noticed that threads of critical strike seem to be bugged, and it looks like they haven't fixed that yet. So for whatever reason, you can't click them in your inventory and get them added. 64, 65. And we should already be eligible to get the higher rewards for those daily quests, but let's double check here. Yeah, so we're already at the greater bronze cache, so this is why we can save these quests to turn in when we're 70. Because the rewards are just that little bit better, which every last bronze rather counts. All right. $65. Combining gems may save us some inventory, but I don't think all that much, so I think the threads are probably our quickest path. In a worst case scenario, we may need to scrap some stuff, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And so we're at 66. It's these raid ones that really give you crazy amounts of experience that are, I think a couple of those should get us a full level more or less. I keep accidentally clicking on cure and equipping that instead, which isn't really saving us any inventory space. $68, $66, $68. Let's keep clearing out inventory spaces. Oof. Brutal. 69.5 is where this guy got to. With all of the bonus experience items. In either case, I think turning in those quests should get us most of the way there, but we may need to run one more dungeon on this character at least. I don't think this character should have any issue clearing 70. And we're out of inventory space. Let's see if we're missing anything here. Oh, we do have some bonus experience in here as well. Okay, so it looks like... Ooh, we're so close. We can delete this email. We can delete this mail. Okay, well those quests will definitely take us over the edge, and if it hadn't, we could have just run another. We can just run another heroic dungeon. I think we will still need one additional dungeon, or I mean, not really. We actually don't need a full dungeon. We more so just need We just need like a quest or something like that. Ding, 70. I don't know. Let's see what our slash played was on this guy. So this guy slash played 3 hours and 37 minutes. So as you guys saw, it is super possible. For this character as well, if we just were a little bit luckier with RNG, and probably, I mean, yeah, primarily just RNG is the main thing that would have made the difference there. Looks like threads of critical strike are bugged for this guy as well. But I mean, this is sort of the dichotomy, right? Like we should still have some more bonus experience items here that we don't need. Yeah, all these mails you're seeing. So I think we either missed a boss on, we missed getting loot credit for a boss on the character on the right, or on the left rather, because this guy still has a lot more bonus experience left to go in our mailbox. All right, let's fly over and we can open up the rest of the mail later. We want to get a low slash plate on this as well. Right, can't do that. I just want to make sure that that we're not losing anything in terms of rewards by doing this, and I think it's the same rewards for both. Yeah, so I think above probably like level 60, you get the maximum reward possible. Oh, we can't turn it in because our inventory is full. Let's use up some more threads and make some more space in our inventory. And we still need to see how much bronze we got at the end of this run. Oh, inventory is still full on this guy. No, we have 2 slots. Crit is bugged, so we gotta open up these. Let's open up that, this, that, this. And then we're gonna equip all of our gear, scrap everything else, and see how much bronze we actually ended up getting. We could probably just go finish off that starter quest and be done with it, in all honesty. Do we have any quests that we haven't completed on here? No, it's a Dragon Isle quest. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna pop back over and finish off the Paint It Red quest on this character. Let's Dragonfly over. And you know what? We might as well do it on this character while we're doing it if we're flying over in any case. 3, 7, and 30k bronze. So 60k bronze is where this guy is ending on that. Now, where is the starting ship that we need to get to? Because annoyingly, it's not showing me where exactly the flying boat thingamabobber is. And I can't help. I can't resist picking up this many orbs when they're just floating around. Again, not a huge amount of bronze, but every little bit counts, and also it gives us a little bit more of the what was I saying? It gives us vigor as well, which is also always nice. Why can't we loot the lucky Pandaren coin? I can see it. Okay, there we go. And that was enough to get us over 70. All right. And so we should also have the trinkets, I think, or no, here we have the idol on both of these characters. All right, let's hop back on our mount and let's do everything else that we need to do to figure out how much bronze these characters actually ended up getting at the end of this whole run. But yeah, like I said, I don't think it's a great bronze farm to it's not a great use of time to fly around and loot these intentionally, but if you're flying past them anyway, they give you vigor, and that alone should be a reason to pick them up as you go. Where is Nostwin's market? Here we go. Alright, let's pick up the bonus bronze that we get from this character's digging 70. That's right there. So we end up at fairly similar bronze counts on both. And I think we're okay on inventory on the left account, but we still need to do some inventory clearance on the right. Crit is bugged. Let's open up everything else in here. Inventory is full. All right, let's click through some of these threads. And that's going to be the easiest way to free up inventory space real quick. All right, and we've got 2 more threads of stamina here. Hopefully our inventory doesn't get too full before we are off to looting again. All right, so we have a couple of inventory spaces on both. Is crit? Yeah, crit's bugged on this guy too. I do need to check Wowhead to see if anyone's found like a fix or anything like that. All right, let's reset these to new. And then let's try figuring out what we want to equip here. And I think actually the quicker way to do this will be to just look at it for each slot. So we have a 110 piece slotted in. That may be the highest eye level we have. What we would actually want to do on these characters is run a couple more heroics just to get 346 gear. And that's what we'll do next. But I want to see purely from this run itself what gear we got before we start scrapping everything. All right, Helm, I think 110 is the highest eye level we have. I think this should all be organized by eye level in any case, so we can just go slot and eye level. And we have an eye level 100 chest. We need a higher eye level belt. We need higher eye level pants. Boots, ideally we would have a higher eye level boots, but it doesn't look like we have anything good with stats. We don't even have a bracer equipped on this character, which is kind of funny in some ways, I guess. Higher eye level hands, and then weapon. We have a wand and we need an offhand because I guess we don't have a high enough level staff. All right, let's do the same thing for our warlock. Highest eye level is equipped. Highest eye level is equipped. It is kind of funny the gaps that you get in equipment sometimes though, because for whatever reason we didn't get a, well, instead of speed we'd rather take something with some stats on it. Stats other than speed, that is, or avoidance for that matter. Mastery, sure, let's do it. Hands. And weapon, do we have an eye level 100 weapon equipped, and I don't think we have a higher, oh, we have a 228 staff. Yeah, let's do that. That's definitely going to be better for us. So now we can just comfortably scrap everything but the gems, I guess. And that should give us a good estimate of how much bronze we got during this run. I'm just gonna literally scrap everything, and we'll run a couple heroics after this to get these characters geared up a bit. And like I said, honestly, running heroics on that monk is so much fun that you're not going to hear any complaints from me about having to run more heroics. And the other reason that we want to equip the highest eye level item we have is because wherever we have gaps in our drops from heroics or from any of the other content we run, we can just upgrade the items for super cheap, since our main is already decked out in heroics, in eye level 346 gear. All right, we'll hold on to that because that appears to be an item level upgrade. I was hoping I could queue items up while things are being scrapped, but it seems like the interface is moving a little bit too quick for me to be able to do that, so I'm just gonna do it this way instead. And I suppose if you wanted to have fun with it, you could probably build like a speed set or something like that, and see if that does you any favors. Though honestly, the amount of speed you get on your cloak alone after a while is more than enough to hit the soft cap. I'm not sure what that cap is, in all honesty. Neither for a level 20 or for a level 70 for that matter. But yeah, look at how much damage Slay did. I'm guessing Final Verdict is probably an actual pally spell. But the Tinkers do a good amount of damage, I mean, as we can see here. Alright, we'll see how much scrap we end up with at the end. But yeah, but I mean, each of these characters, it's more than enough bronze to buy one of the pricey mounts. I don't have too many of those left, so we're gonna have to figure out what else we want to buy with all this bronze. And I do plan on leveling a bunch more characters, including alliance characters, so I don't think we're gonna have any shortage of bronze anytime soon. And I think I probably am going to just dump all of my main characters bronze into maxing out their gear and seeing what sorts of trouble we can get into with a fully geared remix level 70. And again, as always, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please drop a like, drop a subscription. Really helps me out a lot. And in case you guys are curious, by the way, if you scrap an item with a gem or a cogwheel or a tinker in it, it will give you back the gem or the tinker. You don't need to worry about yeah, so you can see that it gives us back the gems that we had equipped in him. You're not at risk of losing your tinkers or anything like that. I think we kept the wrong pants on accident and scrapped the ones that we wanted to keep, but oh well, things like that happen. Or in any case, all this gear is super eye level compared to the 346 gear that we're gonna get from running a couple of heroics. All right, and we should probably at some point also combine all of these gems. Ideally, we could scrap them, I suppose, but I don't, with the amount of alts I have, I think having a bunch of epic gems will really help, especially if you're planning on running new characters through at level 10. Having legendary gems is super OP. Alright, let's scrap these last 4 items. That got us another 2,000 or 3,000 gold, bronze, which isn't huge, but every little counts, I suppose. And so as an example here, if we wanted to upgrade the gear that we already have to, well, we probably wouldn't use the 340. Yeah, okay, never mind. It's not quite as cheap if you use the gear you get from leveling, it would appear, but yeah, so totally we ended up with around 62,000 bronze on each of these characters. We are going to quickly just run through some heroics. We'll do a normal mode first to get the bonus, because so the remaining bonuses that we have for today, we have this bonus available to us on both of these characters, and I'm not sure if I have it still available on this character. No, I think we already did some regular dungeons, and I think we did both of these scenario things as well. But we will just quickly get the regular time running dungeon and the scenarios out of the way as well, just for a little bit of bonus bronze. If we were really adamant about it, we could have also taken all these characters through, well, the 2 boosted characters through heroic raids as well. Once we're a little bit better geared, I would say. I think it's a bit rude to show up this under geared. And let's just quickly pick up these quests as well, because every little thing helps us with gearing. Oh, we forgot our buffs. Ah, well. Things melt anyway. Shouldn't make a world of difference. Probably makes sense actually to use Touch of Death on this boss just so you skip this phase. Although I think it's pretty quick in either case. Oh, and this may also be going a bit quicker because this is a normal mode dungeon. But if you want to be super optimal about your runs, even if you're not using the Twink in order to level alts, it's also just a super quick way of getting your daily quests done on your main characters or on the 70s that you do have, certainly faster than trying to run these things on characters that don't have their gear super upgraded. Sorry guys, just 1 second. I will be right back. Alright, sorry about that. So our regular dungeon is done for the quests. We're probably just going to run through and quickly grab the quest items. On these two characters at least. And so we got our greater bronze cache. And did we pick up any loot? Yep, we picked up a 346 on each. I feel like I forgot to click on something for this guy. Is there a book in here that we need to grab? I don't think I've actually done this quest before. Oh, yep. Alright, there's the book that we need. Oh, just one character needs to do it per thing, and I guess... there's one more book that we need to grab. Let's just see who's closer. I think these guys may be a little bit closer. Ugh. Without the speed, without the 54% speed boost on the cape, it definitely feels painfully slow to run through anything. But we will get a little bit of extra bronze for our troubles of running through the actual dungeon and looting things. Looks like we did loot that boss as well. Ooh, 1100% upgrade. Yeah, so even on normal mode, these guys are dropping 346s. The only thing is, of course, we want to run it on heroic so that we get the blue items that have some more main stat on them. All right, we need one more book that should be somewhere in here, right there. All right, let's not do it on the priest so that the priest can res if in case we aggro mobs and those mobs kill us. I'm so used to running heroics that I low-key forgot that we weren't on a heroic dungeon, so we're just going to run through and turn in the quests for those chests, which should give us hopefully some blues, but at the very least I think some bronze, and at the very least some more tinkers so that these characters can get some stuff done by themselves as well. Boom, and more threads on our cloak. We can always use more. And of course, we'd probably want to run a whole bunch more of these just so that we get the actual stats that we want in each of these pieces. But at the very least, we're already at 194 item level and 197 on this guy. But ideally, we would fill up all these slots with 346s and then also pick up all the jewelry that we've unlocked at an achievement at an account level. And yeah, so I think finally our time ended up being about 3.5 hours, which is still probably one of the fastest ways to get a character to level 70 in the game right now on retail. Overall, I think obviously we could have optimized a lot of things a lot quicker, by having the groups better, by not wasting a bunch of time at the start, um, messing around with add-ons and weak auras and things. Um, and I think the other thing that we probably could have done better is also having spending less time like checking our mail and pulling out the threads from there. But considering we were leveling 2 characters at once, um, still super efficient way of farming both bronze as well as leveling characters. And I think, yeah, I think overall, considering we did it completely solo, admittedly dual boxing, but or multi-boxing rather, um, I think it's still a very efficient way of farming both bronze as well as leveling up characters. And so hopefully this somewhat realistic run through um, helped you guys, or at least showed you guys what's possible during Remix. That said, it's already pretty late where I live, and I need to go eat something, so I'm probably gonna end the stream pretty soon here. We're just combining gems while I'm talking, but yeah, hopefully this helps you guys see what's possible and how quickly it really is possible to level characters, even though we didn't make it under a sub. Even though we didn't make it under 2 hours, I think it's still super efficient and a great way to farm bronze. Our bronze per hour works out to around just over 30,000, considering we did run an extra dungeon and we did do some extra stuff on these characters. But if we take 16 from here, 16 from there, that's 32,000 bronze there alone. And keep in mind, we had a lot of time that we were wasting, including right now while we're just sitting around combining gems and waiting for groups and things. That's 32,000 on these 2 accounts itself, and I would estimate maybe another 3,000 to 5,000 bronze an hour on the boosting character as well. So that works out to around, yeah, almost 35. Probably if you're a bit quicker with it, 40,000 bronze an hour, which is extremely efficient. Of course, it's split across 3 accounts, so it doesn't really help you too much if you're trying to upgrade your gear on one character and do it that way. But if all you're after is the cosmetics, then this is definitely one of the quickest ways you can get it done. All right, well, thank you guys so much for watching, especially those who watched live on stream. Really appreciate those of you who watch the video on demand or the videos on YouTube as well. Drop a like, drop a subscribe if you enjoy the content. I'm going to be doing a lot more remix content, and probably tomorrow we'll spend some time on the beta as well. And we may also do some quick alliance runs as well to see if we can bring down the time on this by a meaningful amount. Thanks again, everyone. Take care, and good luck questing, and good luck leveling and bronze farming, and whatever it is that you're doing. Have a good one. Take care. Bye-bye.